Hey guys.
Mr. Rogers is probably widely regarded, and I'm sure would still hold the title for the purest form of media that has ever been on television.
I wonder if I'll get a little nasty note in when we upload this VOD because I'm playing
I
another
don't think
video.
anybody needs me to explain to
We'll
them
treat it as
who
a
Fred
test.
Rogers was and what he did.
Hey XP.
But one thing that I think we all sort of maybe know but goes criminally unnoticed in many cases is just how good the music of that world is.
I was thinking about Mr. Rogers. Mainly because I was thinking about you guys.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighbor.
We're all familiar with the theme song. Everybody knows the words. It's one of the probably the most popular
Is that
songs
too loud?
ever. But it's
Hey,
easy
Terrence.
for the intricacies to kind of go unnoticed. After all, at the beginning of every episode for the entire duration of the show, it was the same song.
So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be
Hey, quick
my
sound.
neighbor?
But what a lot of people may not realize is that it was never the same iteration.
It's a beautiful day in
TS.
this neighborhood, a beautiful day
Tsunami
for a
san.
neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
Whereas most TV shows have always had a pre-recorded intro
What's
and
up,
a theme
Stoic?
song that was recorded once, Mr. Rogers' set was a little bit different. You see, right from the beginning, Fred Rogers approached a particular piano player with the
Did I
offer
just say,
to work
"What's
on the
up, Stoic?"
show
Hello,
for
Stoic.
next to no money.
Would you do it for us? He said, how much money do you have? I said, I have, for the music budget, I have $5,000. And he said, that's exactly what my son needs for this next year of college. I'll do it.
That pianist was Johnny Costa.
Hey Eric, Liz Biscuits, Bill.
And that might be a name that not a lot of people recognize.
Hey Justin Beard. I did not see the video where Mr. Rogers secured funding for the show by speaking to Senate personally. I haven't seen it. That's worth looking up. Yeah, Sarenth, I accidentally, the notification on the last stream was like, stress test, and people were rolling in like, what's going on? And I was like, oh shit, sorry. Like I had caught it in the name of the stream, like, and it removed that and didn't even think about notifications, so I felt bad. Nomly fans. Nick said, I remember hearing Mr. Rogers pass when I was in Catch Keep. That's wild. It's weird how many memories, well, at least on mine, how many memories are associated with different music or different shows or movies, and then EverQuest. I'm very curious to see if I get a little note when I upload this video. But I was thinking about Mr. Rogers, and mainly because I was thinking about you guys, and then that made me think about Mr. Rogers because it was like, I guess there's a weird "won't you be my neighbors" kind of like thing going on. Like, anyway, but I wanted to play this at the beginning because Unity's loading anyways.
I mean, we're certainly much more familiar with names like
there
Oscar
we go.
Peterson and Art Tatum, Wynton Kelly, Thelonious Monk, Bud Powell. These are all names in jazz that are completely legendary. But Johnny Costa never winds up on those lists. But ironically, he very well might have had even more reach in terms of having his music heard by an audience day in and day out than all of the others combined. Oh, sweet hoodie, where'd it come from? Well, the merch store, which is in the description. Please feel free to check it out if you get a chance. I really, really
My
appreciate
first
the
clickbait.
support.
Funny. I'll have to work on more clickbait.
Johnny Costa was put in the very unique position of being the musical director
Hey, Sparrow.
for this new show, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. You can imagine that the idea of taking on a children's TV program was perhaps a little bit concerning. You see, Johnny Costa wanted to play music how he wanted to play music. But there's perhaps somewhat of an obvious conflict there when we're talking about the level at which Johnny played and the audience which this TV show was created for.
When I first
Dargit said, I see green landscape. This can't be an Eminem stream. That is very funny. We're going to write that in your file. Mr. Rogers was a Marine, if I remember correctly. Was he? I remember all sorts of like Mr. Rogers legends. Like he was a Green Beret. He was a Marine. What's the actual truth on that? I haven't looked it up in a while.
started to work with Fred, I mean, I was real, and I mean, real jazzer.
This dude's
you know.
super cool. He was
And-
in the CIA. Well,
and I
then you
thought,
wouldn't know
well,
about it,
I
would
don't
you?
know.
Well, I
Children's
guess these
program.
days, yeah.
Well, I just wonder, can I play the things that I've been playing, that I want to play, you know?
And you might think that it's the wrong approach
Are you
for
being
the
serious, Nick?
audience at which this show was aimed. Being so young, an incredibly unbelievable jazz pianist playing insanely complicated stuff, most people would have just said, we should probably make it a little more kid-oriented.
I didn't do it for the ears of a child. I didn't do it this way. I wouldn't do that, so I figured, well, Fred loved it.
And I think the fact that Mr. Rogers really loved it and
XB says, last stream I said, I'm actually going to be doing work on Friday. Friday just watches YouTube. Well, what are you guys doing at work today?
didn't have any concerns about playing this type of music for a children's show, it says a lot about what the show was and what he believed. And you see this replicated in every aspect of the show. They weren't afraid to tackle difficult topics. They weren't afraid to discuss things with children that they weren't really hearing from other adults. Fred Rogers did not look down upon the ability of a child to
Liz,
appreciate
you should
or
definitely check it
interpret
out.
or pay attention
Mr. Rogers is
to
pretty awesome.
extremely complex music. And it turned out to be a brilliant decision because it created such a unique atmosphere that we all came to know and love. And perhaps another reason that Mr. Rogers was totally fine with having this type of music as the background for the program was because he was actually a really great pianist himself, and he wrote the music for the show.
Got the masks up there, though. Look at the mask. Nick, I think you're right. Got disguises.
Mr. Rogers not only recognized just how good a pianist like Johnny Costa was, he thought it was important enough to place in front of the audience, mostly made up of very young children, because like the topics covered in the show, it was important for them to be exposed to such things from an early age. It's like, why shouldn't a child be able to listen to John Coltrane, or be able to listen to Bach, or Debussy and Ravel? I don't know about you, but when I hear some of this stuff like that is optimized for children, music made for kids, or even worse, covers of popular songs made for kids pop, oh my God, I want to just throw myself out of a window. It's so aggravating. Why can't we just say, hey, here's music, check it out. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't, but it's real music. So let's talk about Johnny Costa for a minute, because as we mentioned before, he's a name that doesn't get passed around along with the Oscar Petersons and the Art Tatums of the jazz world, even though anybody that knows his playing would agree he absolutely deserves a seat at the table. And what I find incredible about Johnny Costa is that you can hear all the different influences that he has. In fact, there's a story that Art Tatum literally called
We'll finish this
Johnny
story, then we'll
Costa
get to work.
the White Tatum. But I don't think he was wrong about that. You can hear it in his playing. It's incredible.
I know what I'm listening to all weekend now. Oh, jeez. Spotify.
One of the things I love about Johnny's playing
Might
is
as well
that
bring it up
while you
now.
can hear all these different influences, you can hear Oscar.
Johnny Costa.
You
Oh.
even get components
Hey, Maze.
of, say, George Shearing.
All right, here's the link if you guys want to
There's
finish
all
the
of
video.
these things that were clearly influences for Johnny that he had integrated so fluidly into his.
There's about half a video left. Pause. Up. And go to our playlist. Which accounts? Because my Eminem account, we should just get a premium Eminem account so that it stops timing out in the background. Wonder if there's any other perks. We'll probably look into that. Personal account. I think I gotta hit play all. Immediately turn volume down so it doesn't blast your eardrums out. Let me know if that level's okay. Loop. And we're off to the races. You like our chunky mountains? So it's going to fall a little bit in between there. All right. So hello, everybody. If for whatever reason, like YouTube made me clip that first part, welcome to the VOD. And let's see. Matthias said, off today, bracing myself for a breakneck speed of projects to spin up next week. All right, well, definitely relax. Maybe listen to some of that Johnny Costa music and relax over the weekend. Theron saying, I'm slowly handing my work stuff to another engineer. My last day is next Thursday, so it's a chill day. Oh man, that's always a weird time. Right? Maze says I need Eminem so I can stop playing Ashes. Hey, are you at least enjoying Ashes a little? I mean, if you're playing it, you're enjoying it, right? A little bit? No? Let me know if the music winds up being too loud. Can you hear me? And here's a link to that video. So we're you know what, like giving you sort of the behind the scenes. I don't know if we've done it too much. I don't know. Pattis has maybe done some of it on his streams. Go up a little tad. What do you think? Tell me when. Because my levels in my earbuds are way different than what you guys are hearing. That's good. Cool. I'll turn it down a little bit in mine because I can't listen and like think and talk at the same time. So Pattis may have done some of this in some of his streams. If you guys aren't watching Pattis's streams, you really should. Here, I'll click my semi out of date. I need to update follow button, so you get a bunch of links there. Because we've got some other folks streaming. But there's Pattis's link. Oh, ZBrush is on there. That's good. So we're in the very. This is essentially we take a paper map. Here, I'll show you some. Won't be too spoilers, I don't think. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? I'll just use this and then keeper. So, depending on the zone, Liz said, Sean, what I do on my streams, play music to the stream, and I can't hear it despite an earbud to hear things like TTS, readout chat. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like having the music, and every once in a while, if I'm just kind of like thinking, I can easily just, I can just hit the little knob here and turn it up. Like if I'm just in here, but when I'm talking, sometimes it's a little much for me. At some point, I should probably do something more sophisticated, where I can play like, I think Zukin or maybe is able to like play music to you guys on stream. Oh, but he's also recording his streams locally, and I'm just ripping off Twitch. So anyway, hey Keith, pessimistic squid. So depending on the name, depending on the name. See, I'm like reading out shit and not even thinking. Depending on the map zone, we'll start with something that may be a nice. It'll either sometimes it's a very simple, like just kind of like a map that is very much a whiteboard sketch, and then sometimes it's one of Bill / Nicodemus's beautifully illustrated maps. And since Bill's been on the team, it's kind of I think we've probably done a maybe even amount, if not more, illustrated to sort of like block out. But some of them are. It's just we get in there and there's a lot of stuff moving around. Like if we were to look at, I'm not gonna show you because there may be some spoilers on there. But if we're looking at a map like for Shallow Shoals, it was very much kind of like blobs and stuff initially, and that way we can just kind of grab them and look at relative distance and talk about points of interest and things. So we take something like this, and then one of the things that we've been trying, Bjorn's been doing, is a workflow where we're able to then bring it into a program where it builds just kind of like a displacement map out of it, right? So this is actually really taken from like a quick paint over of this to then give it the data that plops out this, right? And I think, well, oops, there's a key combination that ever since I've lost my finger, I hit a bunch because I'm having to do weird stuff with my hand. Okay, I didn't mess up my controls. And then this gives us something to run around in pretty quickly, so we can run and literally like time distances and see like what relative feel is, and get some quick notes, and then we can do block out, like Bjorn's put these in here to replicate some of the hills and stuff, because that starts to give us a little bit more of a, it starts to kind of give us a feel of like the line of sight and things that are here. Very, very simple sort of facade piece to help us start to think about that. And then what we're looking at is just kind of like, we're still discussing certain structures and their design, also their size. So we got variations of the various structures. And then as part of that, and looking at how we, like the implications of the scale of things, because it's really, the paint over winds up not being one for one of like the map. And so one of the discussions that we're having today is, hey, what about this area on the map kind of feels good, and what about the relative size of like the hills versus the structures and all that other stuff, like what's working, what's not. And then, because it's Unity, we can, and it's on it's set up so that we can just hop in, right? Like, and just play it naturally and run around and morph ourselves with illusions between like gnome and human and ogre and all of that stuff. So this is very much like the very, very early stages gray box sort of approach to like coming in here and figure things out. Yeah. Let's see. Finger is hardly lost. You deliberately chose to evict it. Yeah, it's true. But it's lost now. Like, I don't know what they did with it. Robot finger win. The robot finger is probably not going to happen. I talked to one company, and the design that I really liked actually doesn't work with my hand. for whatever reason. They said the little nub is too long and it gets in the way of the way that I articulate, which I thought was pretty stupid. And I asked to see their manager via social media, actually. I just made a comment like, hey, I kind of think you guys were bullshitting at the place I went to. And they actually had really good customer service and walked me through all of it and all that stuff. It just doesn't work. And now there's another one that doesn't articulate. That's a pretty gnarly, like good 300-pound sort of grip strength kind of thing that looks like more like a robot. And I hit them up on social media as well. They got back to me and then they said they were going to get back to me some more and they haven't. So what I'm learning is people that make robot fingers, not really. There's probably a market there, I guess, if there's more people losing fingers. But maybe there's just not enough missing fingers to build competition. Anyways. So 3D printer, one of these days, I'll have you guys help me make one. Moving on. What I did was just grab these guys in here so we could also kind of... It's the scale of the towers actually feels pretty good. But again, can run around and look and see... I want to make sure I grabbed the right one. Did I grab the right one? Yeah, those are the right ones there. And so, overall feels good, pretty good. Orcs are going to be in here. Orcs are a bit taller than humans, so we may modify the doorway a little bit. Some stuff like that. I grabbed a ship because the map had a ship, and this is a cove, and I think that's scaled 1.25 instead of 1. But yeah, so this kind of back and forth, a lot of discussion in Slack, a lot of just like real-time communication. I think one of the things that's been to our benefit as a team has been that we are completely remote, and you know, it's not like there's... When you're in the office with other people, oddly enough, I think sometimes it gets kind of easy to, for whatever reason, not have as natural real-time sort of communication on these types of topics. Like at any point, there's more of like, oh, we need to have a meeting, or, you know, and this isn't every team, but I've seen a lot of teams where people aren't as quick to like get up and, you know, go over and talk to the guy and like, oh, let's do another iteration, sit there and work together on the same screen, or move their desks next to each other. If you got kind of like a Valve setup where when you guys are working on something together, you can kind of sit near each other. And for us, I think it's pretty helpful. I mean, obviously not perfect, but it's pretty helpful for us to just kind of be in that mode of like constantly shooting images back and forth, or hopping into huddles, or, you know, doing shit. So that's kind of neat. Have we considered a graveyard zone where corpses of dead players rise again as NPCs? There have been, I think, comments and jokes over the years about, I think, hardcore NPCs. Ollie and Nick were talking about hardcore the other day, and one of them had made a joke about dead hardcore characters coming up. That said, I don't know if, like, Mr. Peanut or whatever you wind up naming, goofy name your character, walking around is the greatest NPC. But maybe, oh man, but that would be like weird data. Like if your hardcore mode character died, and then it could come back as an NPC, but the NPC has permadeath as well. Then that might be funny. But still, that's like a whole custom thing. Can't they scan your hand and like 3D print one? They can make like little silicone things or whatever, but I want something that articulates. I'm not looking for a fake finger just to hide the fact I'm losing a finger, lost a finger. I want a full robot finger. Excuse me. Hey, Aaron Gunn. Hey, Salacious. Textures. We're doing a lot of discussion of textures over the last year, and especially last few months. These are all placeholder, but it is nice to see green. And they're not bad looking. But hopefully in the next few weeks we kind of hit a landing point on our textures, and then you'll start to see some big changes. So that'll be cool. Let's see. Dude, I'm gonna mess your name up. Is it Obsolicious? Like obsolete, but spelled weird? Is it Obsolicious? Says, I'm at drill, so I'm relieved that there's no stress test this weekend. You're at drill. Does that mean you're like in a National Guard or something? Hey, Aaron Gunn, this is Keeper's Bite. This is us starting to work on Keeper's Bite. It's the zone that transitions from Vale of Zintar into Evershade Weald. And so one of the other things we're kind of looking at is time to traverse a zone, and since it's never just a straight line, that's always an interesting one to work through as well. And then once this is in place, it'll work nicely because mounts are coming online. The guys are doing a lot of work on mounts right now, and so mounts are coming online, and I think that having a good rough guess, or at least a good starting point of the size of this zone, going through Vale of Zintar, going through Fallen Pass, going through Shaded Dunes to Night Harbor will give us the first sense of like what a sort of longer regional traversal feels like. And then if we feel like it feels odd or whatever, and that'll be different than like a caravan. If that feels odd, then we can adjust the zones potentially, or adjust our thinking or whatever. Hey, Keeps. And yeah, and it's actually if we have, once we have mounts, I mean, it's not really impossible at this point for us to prototype a caravan. We've got all the tools we need to kind of tape one together and see what that feels like as well. So, but that's kind of like one of those features or bits of content that's not like the highest priority at the moment. Yeah, so that's what we're doing in here, and that's all of this stuff is just like these things are all just kind of saved locally on my machine. I'll wind up dumping them whenever Bjorn does his next iteration here. But in theory, I can hop out of this zone and I can literally hop into it. What I'm gonna do today is probably do like a quick evaluation of existing content that I and like Bill and others, well, mainly like I think me and Bill, and whoever else helped me on other zones, have done to date. So I can kind of see what work is missing, because I've got some zones where I'm done with Fallen Pass and I know I'm not done. There's like still shit to do. Same thing with Vale of Zintar. So we'll start there. And that way I've got a quick hit list to kind of go through and try to wrap them up as much as possible. Oh no, Bill is our Nicodemus here in chat, not Bill Trost. Bill Trost works on Ashes of Creation now, I think. Hey, AutoKey. Let's see. And so that way I want to get a hit list so I can try to get them as close to, like as done-ish as possible, so I don't feel guilty when we start on new zones, because we're about to roll right into Shallow Shoals, and Evershade is going to be getting ready for some more specific pop work, and then as Phalandraw is being built, then we'll want to start doing that as well. And so just want to keep up the momentum, but not freak the funk and leave like say a zone's done and not really have a good inventory of like what's not done, if that makes sense. Stabity says you should reach out to the folks working on a third thumb. Danny Claude. Yeah, if I get a 3D printer, I might, hop back into some of those, but honestly, man, it's not a point of stress for me. And the main thing that's going to be a problem even with 3D printing is like, it'd be cool to have a little plastic one for typing, but at the end of the day, like, I need some fairly strong solution if I really want it to be incorporated into like grip strength for lifting or something like that. But overall, I'm good. I don't need to. 10% fewer fingers is fine. Dark Inside, hello. Dark Inside says, good afternoon. My sister had her second kid born last night. Hey, congratulations. You're an uncle. That's how that works, right? Uncle. Yeah. Oh, that takes me back. Do you have a solution for caves or other situations where you need to punch a hole in a train? Yeah, so Angs, we wind up like I said, we take something like this and you'll notice somebody last stream mentioned that it looked kind of, you know, it's got the Luckland style mashed potato kind of roundedness. We take something like this and we over time we decimate it so that it's more chunky and you can see the polys and all that, and then we, you know, go in and just edit it and then things like punching holes and all that's not a problem. When you see some of the other zones in a few minutes, you'll see that that is not an issue. So let me come over here. Zone. Yeah, but we have a lot of caves, I guess is what I'm saying. We are very cave friendly. Will we have a scary high pass whole trail between cities? We've got it's not super scary trail. Like Fallen Pass is kind of like our high pass. But every region's got opportunities for different things. But it's not super scary. Unless you go off the path and enter anywhere on the zone beyond the path, then that's probably not advised. What about NPC caravans that would affect supply and demands in cities if they can't get their supplies? Yeah, we can play with stuff like that. But let's get the caravans in and see if they feel good, and then we can probably expand beyond that. Some of the areas that players need to leave bones in a kind of temporary manner after a day or so they disappear. That could be a fun little polish thing to play with later. See what it looks like. Could do a risen revenant kind of mob where it's a placeholder. You could just feed character race and equipment, so you don't have to worry about the name and stuff quite as much. Ah, fair point. I probably missed something. Apologies if I did. Okay. Let me see. It could be that our dev server's down. Let me see if there's any new latest to grab as well. Hey, G Wellikers. Hey, Cubby. Hello, eating around. You guys have already stopped saying hi to each other. I thought we worked on that last year. Thought we worked on the whole idea when people come in, you say hi to them. There was another question from AutoKey said, have character sets been fleshed out yet, as in what each one does? Yes, but I also don't know if that's to what degree that's ready for discussion. Nick may know. I mean, ultimately, that question comes up a fair amount, so I think ultimately there'll be information on it, and I know that our formulas account for our stats, maybe even better than some other games you played. But I don't know sort of what state everything is in there. For those that don't know, what is gray boxing and why is it important in game development? Gray boxing, even if the boxes aren't gray, is just, you know, there may be best practices or whatever, but when I'm using the term, it's basically referring to any very sort of simplified implementation that allows us to quickly derive key information for us to then iterate further. So it tends to be like this gray box that we're playing around with, gray box, kind of does 3 things at least. Yeah, Tsunami-san said rough draft on the zone. Nick said ask Ali. Perfect. All right. That's in reference to the stats auto key. Ask Ali. So if we get in here, like when this is done grabbing the latest, and then we see if we can get on dev, then I'll. Melo Jaeger said, hello, what is your sleeve? Anything related to MMOs? And then Sanami-san said, rough draft on the zone. That'd be hilarious. It's the zone map. Love the zone so much that got it tattooed. Got it tattooed. How many years ago? Got it when I was 20-ish, so about 30 years ago. My sleeve is just, it's just ridiculous. It's a 30-year-old sleeve that I got when I was a goofy 20-year-old. Absolutely nothing M&M related, except for maybe the Snake Man. But I don't know that we want our snake people to basically have Samuel Jackson's head, brass knuckles, and a boombox. I don't think that's... Maybe if we ever do a cyberpunk, like a Shadowrun version. Alright. So, no dev server at the moment. I'm assuming that's not just me. Hey, check. Justin Beard, what are you doing at McDonald's? So anyway, I can just hop back out and then we can look at it in the zone. Hey, Defiant Possum. ZJGT, hello. Thanks for the follow 3 hours ago. You got here early. All right, so a few things. Few things that this gray box is doing is immediately giving us a sense of scale. So it may not look like it, but it's a pretty big zone. So we have a rough idea of like how long it takes to traverse each zone point to point. You know, ultimately, like I said, it's going to be broken up by different features, and that features plus any sort of NPCs or other obstructions that get in the way will add to your traversal time. But it's cool to just kind of get a basic as the crow flies end to end, both sort of lengthwise and widthwise, to get a feel of how, you know, you can kind of put yourself in the mindset of, oh, it's about the same length of Sungreet Strand, but a bit wider. And so mentally you can start to kind of plot out based on the number of points of interest and things like that, like what the content density is going to be like. There's a bit of content that's displaced by hills or trees or whatever the features are in here, right? And so the first thing we did was just come in here, because before Bjorn wants to go into much more detail, right? Like before he comes in and starts to decimate things and like really start to tweak the features to look, more closely like the things that we have on the map, or our particular art style or concept art pieces, for example, that like Goblin may work up, and you can see that on his streams. We just need to get the scale worked out, right? And so some of the scale is a lie, right? Like up here, we're gonna have this area where you can't really reach that, but you can see the forest in the background. And so that's the main thing that we're doing here. Once we've got that, then he can burn out basically a more final version of the starting point. And like I said, we tend to take something like this, which if you look, a lot of terrain that's generated in modern programs, even if you go kind of low res, it still feels a little mashed potato-y, right? So a lot of rounded kind of, and so what we tend to do is like decimate that and reduce it down to lower and lower poly, so that it winds up being a lot more kind of old school feeling. And so that then gives the artist a terrain. And I don't want to go too out of my lane here, because I may be bullshitting or whatever. Like it may not be exactly how they do it, but roughly speaking, then they're able to kind of go in and grab things and tweak them and pull verts and all that stuff and make it look more like it needs to be, and we'll find as we're starting to say there's for example, there's a village up here. One of the things that we'll probably be looking at next, actually, on that topic is, well, we're looking at whether or not this space kind of feels right for its purpose. Then we'll also be looking at, all right, so if we've got a village up here, we've got a tower over here and a little structure. Is that space right? Do we feel it's about right? And then if we've got a village, what we'll probably do is something similar to what's going on over there. Just grab some of our existing structures and just start throwing them in to kind of, because we know what those other structures feel like, to we can walk around in them, all that. So let's just use something from somewhere else here, and then if we're going to have a unique structure, that gives us data to kind of drive the proportions of it, and we've already kind of figured out whether or not they're going to fit in the space that we want. So looks like a Sarnak foot. Oh, it's interesting. When you said fort, I was like, funny you say that, inspirationally. And so we come in here and, we may find that we flattened this, and we may need to actually, we're kind of maybe shrinking this area. It's already moved once. It used to be like right here on this line. It moved in. And then we may find that we expand this a little bit. So that is the first thing that we're looking at with the gray box. The next thing that we're looking at with the gray box is just color, right? Like these aren't the final textures. These are just very placeholder textures. But in slapping in some green and some browns and some beach down there and stuff like that, immediately kind of sets the mood when we're working. It also looks at, it reminds us of, okay, there's a transition here. And when we're transitioning in and out of like the desert into here, it also gets us thinking about what's important in terms of how much do we want to demonstrate that transition in textures versus having a hard switch, all of that shit. But the sooner you put a kind of a stake in the ground, like it's green. Okay, now we're thinking about green a lot more. And that kind of segues to the third thing this is meant to do, which is we really like sightlines in M&M. We really like having things in the distance that tell a story and draw you. And we sacrifice a little bit for that. Like we sacrifice some frame rate, we sacrifice a little bit of performance depending on the zone, for what we're wanting to do, which again, it's have really badass shit that gets you in the mood, gets you thinking about the zones, less like zones and more like a world. They just happen to be zones. And we really, until somebody on the team tells me at least to stop or whatever, I just really love the idea of like pushing the hell out of those things in the distance and the scale of things without necessarily having to 100% replicate the scale, because We're not making a simulation. We're making a zone-based game. And so there are two thoughts with this one that was like, hey, Bjorn, could you put in two really quick, super placeholdery things when we're looking at this? And the two things are the outside of our zone looking in. Chronic TV, thank you for the follow. Right. So one of the things that when we look at, and if the server comes back up at some point, I can hop in, I'll show you. When we look at our forest zone, right? You know, like you guys had joked, Kelithic instead of Kelithin. Like we're taking something like a Fate Arc and really trying to push it to, well, push in the way that we push those old things, right? Like EverQuest Plus. And the thing that ever since the concept art was first getting started for the zone, the thing that I had in mind was like, greater and lesser Fate Arc are cool zones, but what do they look like from the outside? Because when we go camping in Germany, we like to go down to the Black Forest, and it's so rad to look at the forest in a distance. And it's when you see it in real life, you understand why it's called the Black Forest. Like when you're standing out, it can be a perfectly sunny day, and the fields are just kind of rolling hills and stuff. It's all like beautifully lit and bright green and all this. And if you try to look into the forest more than like a few meters or a few yards, it turns black. Like you can't see in. And so the thought with, let me find in the monthly updates, the thoughts with this facade was, wouldn't it be cool if as you're rolling up, you see this just massive forest, because we've got a city built in the trees and going up into the canopy, and it's huge in there. The scale is huge. So you would see that at a distance. You would see this like imposing forest at a distance. And so it's like, all right, go ahead and put a very placeholder thing. Boom. So that's a reminder of like, we need to account for this facade. And there's a number of different ways that we can make that happen, right? Like we don't try to lie and say we don't use smoke and mirrors. Obviously we do. We want the effect to be as immersive as possible, right? Like, like you're just saying, XP was just saying. The other thing is we've got these mountains that the high elves have their city in, and the mountains are looming over the forest. And I was just like, just put a huge mountain in, please. Like huge. And let's use that to kind of remind us that we need something over here to start to represent the mountain. Because even when you're up in these massive ass trees and you're looking out, you're seeing the mountain in the distance, right? So Possum asks, can't remember, was Kelithic going to have multiple zones vertically? It may. We've talked about doing a canopy zone sort of above it, so you kind of rise up even further into the canopy, and that could be something where we put in some player housing, some additional sort of NPC stuff, and maybe even some sprinklings of kind of adventure zone within the city, because our cities, while they're not all going to be the size of Night Harbor, obviously, we do want to make them so that they're playable, right? It's the expansion on that idea of one, kind of newbie yards or other content that's linked directly to a city, but then on the other side, ways to sneak into the city and ways to attack NPCs in the city that are more than just farming the guards at the gate, right? So yeah. And then Bill said, Nicodemus said, no one's going to say stop is the right direction, especially if you're navigating via landmarks. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, it does make it, it does make it a little bit easier when we've got these looming landmarks at times to, for you to kind of get your bearings. So, thanks, Liz. I was like, I'm going to have to read that one again to try to, I hope that one Titanic tree that was in the map you showed a few weeks ago still be a thing. We're kind of torn on like big centerpiece trees just because it's been so done. We've talked about it, but if we do one, I do have faith that our guys are creative enough to pull something off. but I think we're still figuring that one out. Ty Hex said, glad I could catch the stream. How's it going, everyone? So far, so good. Liz, try one more time. Hey, Crescents. The Crone says, hey, Sean, do you have a map of the overall world yet, or a connection map? And how many zones do you plan to have released in EA? So EA is an easy one. The answer is yes to all of that. So here's the FAQ for early access, and it breaks down all the zones that will be going live with EA. Okay, so where was I? Okay, just cool thing to remind us to make cool things in the future and so that's what this gray box is doing. It's allowing us to get in, run around in game, see what's going on, and so we try to do as much with paper, like quick images as possible. There's a lot of communication that goes on. I've been really loving the web app. It's Excalidraw. Where is it? That. Here, not that one. Horse video. I really have liked Excalidraw because it's vector based, you know, and it's easy to just it's easy to plop images in, and then, you know, come in, and I've just found that it's really the fun program, you know, and even if you draw it immediately, it's kind of vector based, so if you saw the update, like I even, you know, I don't know if you liked it or not, but I even just use that to kind of set up the little infographics that we had. So I've been using this a bunch. Check it out if you haven't already. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, but it allows us to kind of start even before we get here. We can kind of be like, all right, we've got this and this and that, and then we start with these, all right, you know, sort of relational, very simple, crude diagrams. Nothing that you guys have not seen done on a whiteboard. If you make games or whatever for a living, you're like, no, all of this is kind of basic common sense stuff. Maybe it still is, even if you haven't made games before, but I figure I might as well explain it just in case you haven't. A lot of really good work happens on whiteboards where you can kind of just talk in real time and blah, blah, blah. And we don't have that luxury since we are all over the place, so we do a lot of shit like that. Did that answer your question, the Crone? So we do have a map of the world. We do have a concept map. We have a zone connection map. We have a very revised zone connection map because the original zone connection map is kind of batshit crazy. Lots of ideas in there. And what we've done is we kind of like simplified it while keeping the old ones. So if it turns out that a lot of people love M&M and we have steady jobs and you guys want us to add more depth to the map and add more zones, we already kind of know where they would plug in and how to expand out some areas and concepts and stuff. We obviously, you know, it's not hard to have more ideas on paper than you can create, practically speaking. And so we've already kind of gone through and winnowed it down. I would show you those just so you can kind of get a feel for it, but they're real spoilery. So that can't happen. But yeah. And then what that also allowed us to do is, like, with the zone connection map, we're able to go into our Confluence and start to kind of build out a list of zones. And as we have ideas or notes, or somebody says, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we had this, you know, this kind of zone? We're like, oh, that we've already got one over here. Let's take your ideas and put that in there. So, yeah. So roadmap, need to update roadmap. Where's my notes for today? Actually, need to update the roadmap. we do that every once in a while. We've got like that little Trello board and stuff. So let me start a new here. Update roadmap. Yeah, streams are so helpful. You guys remind me of stuff that needs to get done. Shiden says, I'm noticing Monsters and Memories showing up a lot more in online discussions. Glad you all are getting traction. Yeah, and that's mainly because of you guys. So thank you very much for that. We were noticing it as well. Did you guys see that we got we are in the top 10 list of, well, we're in 2 top 10 lists of anticipated MMOs for next year. One of them was from MMO Bomb, and the other one is from oh, Nick, you touched up recently, but it could look, oh, awesome. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you're doing that. Ollie, there you are. Ollie says, I could use a Oreo McFlurry right now. That sounds delicious. I would love a Nerds Blizzard. Screen Rant, that's right. Screen Rant, number 5. And like pretty baller games on that list. Like was any of the other games, were any of them indie? We're in the top 5 with, I think the only games that were in front of us were Dune, Final Fantasy 14 expansion, whatever Riot is doing, and WoW's expansion. So that was pretty cool. And we were right before Ashes was number 6. So Ashes, yeah, and I guess Ashes counts as indie. I guess here's the thing, and I'm not throwing shade at you if you're on the Ashes team or if you're an Ashes fan or whatever. I'm gonna say something. I'm just gonna give you my honest opinion. They're indie, but if Stevens really invested $30 million into the game and they're doing crowdfunding, which it's not cheap crowdfunding, and it seems like they got a lot of engagement there. They're indie, but they're not like $100,000 budget indie. You know what I'm saying? They're not. Maybe we need like we're not even indie. We're like, he spent 90 million so far. Yeah, our budget's a bit lower than 90 mil, even if we are on the same lists. And you know, hey, they're making a really big game. They're very ambitious. So we're not indie, but we're indie. Ollie, is the server down? Imagine if we had 90 million. Yeah, if we had, that was very Freudian slip. I was about to say, if I had 90 million, we'd spend at least 2 million on the game. We're undies. We're an undie game. We're like we're the G string. If budgets are fabric, we're a G string. Babe, I need a prop. I need a prop really fast. Indie, Eminem Indie stands for indentured. Oh, McAaron, you just made it dark. Poor team. Every time me and my buddy try a new RPG, we just circle back and say we need Monsters and Memories. Hey, I've got an honest question on that front for you, and I don't know if you're going to be able to answer it. I'm scrolling up because there's some good stuff that I missed, but we can make 90 games with 10x the budget of Eminem with such money. There's a good question though. Uncle Jay's got a very fair question. He says, well, Ollie's getting back to me on whether or not, or anybody on the team, is the dev server back up or? Uncle Jay said, and I'm going to finish this uninterrupted. said, I know you have said you've spent 102K, assuming that's on resources. Curious if you've done an evaluation of time spent versus competitive salary, coder hours, how you compare to other smaller size studios. We're still really small, because we can look at the ramp up of the team, and we give that in one of our roadmaps even, and you can kind of see where we've added people. We can break down, and we may I think it'll be a fair exercise, and maybe I'll do that pretty soon. It kind of goes along with something I want to do with the team anyways, which is discuss sort of like future facing kind of salary stuff again with them. But like we can do an assessment, and I can kind of just cobble the numbers in my head a little bit, and look at where we've added people, and then we had them for a year, then we added these people, we've now had them for a year, those guys for 2 years, etc. I would say that we're still, relative to other games, if we were paying standard rates for our folks, I think it's pretty fair to say that we're still a fraction of what other games have spent so far, right? We're still under. I think it's very safe to say we're under 3 million easy, probably under 2 million. I want to do that. You know what? I want to do that just for fun, just so I actually have an answer. And even if we don't get into specifics, I can at least answer that, even if it's just to myself. So, cost projection to date using standard comp. Because that may also, that may also be something that is a fun thing to throw out there when we're hanging out with Bezos or whatever, and he's like, you guys are doing really well. Ollie says, I've done this exercise recently. I came to just under 2 million. Yeah, that's what I was thinking we'd land. Our assumptions may differ. I doubt it. I mean, we've talked about this enough. But I think it's in that range, because our assumptions aren't going to differ 200% or whatever, right? I mean, we're probably off at the most by 40-50% on certain roles, if I had to guess. It's up, but something's not working right. I can't get in with my client. I have luck through Unity, though, John said. Okay, let me try again. Robert's new song throws me every once in a while. I'm like, oh, wait. We're still listening to our stuff, right? And we are. We are listening to Seraphina's Dream. Gotta ask first if he's heard this, since he put her in. Uncle Jay says, I'm telling you, when the success is realized here, this will be a masterclass study in game development. You know what? Let's focus on being successful. When we're successful, then yeah, it'll be nice to kind of look back. Oh, Nick, you did? Awesome. Nick said he sent the song to first. That's really cool. Liz says the other thing would be salaries in different countries vary a lot. Something hard to take into account. Based on the countries that we're in, now that I've been in Europe 10 years next month. That's wild. I've been in Germany and Sweden 10 years next month. And I've been responsible for payroll in US, Germany, Sweden. So I've seen the difference. It is pretty dramatic. Like, the pay here is much lower than it is in the US for certain roles. But I would say we just base it off of US salaries. Because that's the other thing that would be nice to do. If and when we've got the revenue coming in to start paying folks, then we want to, we want to treat our team fairly across the board and not be like, oh, well, you live over here and cost of living is a little bit lower, so that. That's silly. Looking for a GDC talk, sir? I wouldn't be the one giving it. I think I think if something like that were to ever happen, that would be a really fun one to just at a minimum, it would be good to have Nick and Ollie as part of it so we can goof off and talk shit. Let's see how many people on the team we can bring. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have to make a game that you guys want to pay money for more than a couple months. Uncle Jay, if and when it happens, feel free. Liz says, as an employee, it's hard to know your U.S. counterpart can easily get 5 times or more what you get, and you have to do the same work. Yep. My wife's a dental surgeon, and I know how much she makes in Germany, and I know how much she can make in the U.S. And it's very different. And she gets to pay 50% tax here. Basically, roughly. Celery, kein Geld. That's funny, Kenji. It's not a bad joke, it's a good one. Yeah, but I mean that's the main thing is it's about longevity, right? And so there's 2 parts. There's 2 questions that I got for you guys then. One is, you guys have been super hyped on the playtest, and you've been very kind to us, and we get a lot of like positive feedback and stuff. Like, oh, I can't wait to play again. Do you think it's because we don't let you play very much? So I'll let you answer that one first. Is it the fact that you keep getting teased that might be, however. Absolutely. Don't let us play 24/7. Keep that mystery. Only one way to find out. Make servers 24/7, and I can get back to you in a year's time. Coffee is life. So that leads into the next question. I'll let you guys finish answering. I'll hit Liz's comment, and then we'll get to the next question. Liz says, I've managed to have savings. I got a letter 2 days ago. I have to pay tax on the interest, even though the money in the bank had taxes paid. It's horrible. I don't want to get too political but that's just, we'll switch topics now because I'll take us down a bad path. So yeah, just being able to come in here and run around and quickly move stuff around and get a feel for things, and you know, like by putting a giant mountain in here early. Oh, I forgot I made a new macro. By putting a mountain in here early, it also serves as a reminder of things like, okay, if we are going to have this big, this thing here in the distance, what about our clip plane? What does that do? What about fog implications? Do we start to get a feel for like implications of like shadows and light and all that other stuff? And so just getting some of these big chunks in here fast allows us to quickly start to build questions that need to be answered, and then work through answering them. But the other thing it also does is it inspires us, right? Like we get in here and we get in even in this placeholder terrain, and you know, I don't know about you guys, but it's easy for me to get up here and like put on my imagination hat and start to picture like why this feels different and what's important. And it also does things like even here, right? Like, you know, this is actually Vale of Zentarv. It's not aligned properly, so you can't really see that and kind of get that feel. But it also serves as a reminder of like, oh shit, we got like zone walls to think about, and you know, like making that feel right, and just it quickly takes it from paper to being a real thing, and we start having to deal with real question, right? So let's zone to another new zone that some of you may not have seen if you weren't here last stream. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to get this, but then it kind of got a little laggy. So let me see. I'm going to find the image that was kind of an inspiration for the thing that we were just looking at. You know, you see the tiny houses in the distance and stuff, kind of here's scale, and then it's just reference, and it's like, oh, big and looming, and you know? I think there's another version of this that's easier to see. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Baloo. I hope you're feeling better, buddy. So I'm going to go up and catch up. Frankie Bean says depends on the amount of content to go through. And this is back to the question of, do you think that you guys are so hyped just because we don't let you play very much? Liz says there's so much I haven't done already. I'd say no. I could play for months and still be finding new stuff. You guys haven't finished. And you haven't finished. Hindo says both. I've been dying for an old school MMO to fill the void. Pantheon is doing that well for me right now, but I still look forward to playtest here in Nico. Right on. Having been able to play 24/7 and a playtest, type has not changed. Fair, okay. But still, it's not like all the time. Getting distracted said, I think monthly content event rollouts will be key. Going through EA, yeah. As soon as the current content is solved, I would say the hype would significantly diminish. I think that's fair. How was the lag in Night Harbor last stress test? Pretty good. Pretty good. I think we weren't really seeing things get a little squirrely until like 300, 320, 350. And I think we wound up with like 377 or something, 370 something in there. Let's see. McAaron says, I'd say not being able to play regularly compresses lots of people's playtime into a shared experience. People will play 12 hours a day because they can't otherwise. This makes it easier for everyone to come together and share their experience and thus have something to express to others in the community. Interesting perspective. Folks dig into concept art. Yeah. So this is the inspiration for this. This will be a strong inspiration for that facade that you saw in the last area that we're in. All right, so we're in Shallow Shoals. If you weren't a part of the last playtest, the last stream, you didn't see. We came up with some fun lore for this island. It's gonna be fun. But as you can see here, this is off the west coast. Vale of Zentar's up there. You can see the citadel floating in the background. I'm not staring right at it because the sun's in my eyes at the moment. And we've got some spoilers up here, so we may not go to all the islands because I don't want you to see the spoilers. But yeah, so you can see Fallen Watch in the distance. You can see the citadel, and then you'll come through here on the ship from Night Harbor. Go around all of the scary stuff that's here, all the treacherous rocks and shallow sandbars and wandering giants and all sorts of crazy stuff, and then you'll work your way through, and you'll go up to Keeper's Bite, the gray box that we were just in. If you're a short race, you'll probably be doing a lot more swimming than other races, though I thought I was swimming last time I was in here. Maybe not on this. There we go. Okay. Even I get to walk a little bit. If you're an ogre, it's not that big a deal. The boats are fixed, Ollie said, and so we'll be setting up a path. Hopefully then next playtest you'll actually be able to come through here. And so we've got a variety of different islands in here with some different stuff going on, so. Did I already say Simon said that he's feeling better, feeling human again? It's nice. So then what was the other question I had on the topic of the playtest and stuff? Oh, so let me ask you a question. This is anecdotal, and I want you to be honest. Like, don't bullshit us. I want you to be honest. So we're charging a monthly subscription for early access. And that, you know, I think there will be a number of people that aren't necessarily happy about that. Right? They'll either want it for free because the game's not done yet, you know, we're having to pay to test and things like that, or you know, if the subscription fee is like, we're just saying we're going to charge you what we'd be charging you, right? So if it's like $15 or whatever, it's like, oh, I would pay 5 but not 15, or I'd pay 10 but not 15, or whatever. I guess my question for you guys is, you're in early access, and again, be honest, we can take it. You're in early access, you're paying a monthly fee. You play the first 2 months and you've worked through a lot of what's there. Do you hit pause on your subscription? Do you keep paying because you're just like, hey, I'm supporting the team, and you know, and you're paying, so you can always just log in whenever. And then we're doing regular bug fixes, we're doing regular, you know, adjusting stuff, updating the way we do. We're always adding and tweaking stuff, right? So there's always something going on. What do you do? Okay, that's 3 subs. How many more do we need to pay the bills, you think? Well, three is better than 0. So we've already started paying the bills a little bit, I guess. Keith P says, if I'm not actively logging in, I'll likely pause on my subs. Fair. Okay. Frankenbean says, depends. I cancel my WoW sub when I'm not playing but I feel like Eminem's not the same. I'll cancel Peacock Video or some shit to even it out. Okay, I appreciate it. Kegadin says, this target audience has discretionary income. A chunk of you probably do. Other folks, I know times are tough. I gotta quit leaning to my left. My posture is so bad. I can see the screen and I can be near the mic without that. Liz says, where am I spending money? Matthias says, take my money. Encrypt says, take my money. Getting distracted says, I think there might be an abandoned village over there. You know what? I think you're right. But the question is, will it be abandoned forever? And what will your role as a player be in it not being abandoned anymore? Safety First Please says, I give myself a month not playing a game before I unsub. If I didn't play for a month, I exit. Fair. Coffee is Life says, I play super slowly, so I'll probably stay subbed unless I stop playing for a reason other than lack of content. Very fair. Sylvang says, depends on what else comes out during the time, but most likely we'll be canceling the subs to the next big update. Okay, a little off and on. XD says, keep paying if I know you're so actively developing. I almost said conspiracy is key. Transparency is key. If it goes radio silence, I feel abandoned. That is an issue. Yeah, if we go radio silence at that point, I'm going to go out on a limb and say there is actually an issue. And we're going to be honest with you with regards to like how many subs we have and all that stuff. I know other companies, I guess, don't have the ability to, desire to, or whatever, show you those numbers. It's always interesting. Companies will always show you the good numbers, but not all the numbers. Isn't that kind of weird? I gotta catch up. You guys did a lot of talking. Shit. Uncle Jay says, I think a better model would be $40 price tag up front for EA with a month of game time. Yeah. Maybe if we're expecting that you would only pay for 2 months and then churn, but anything after 2 months, then we're actually losing value on you during early access. I mean, I don't disagree with like Pantheon's approach necessarily for them, but I don't think it makes sense for us. To me, it kind of speaks to the idea that if we're only charging you 40 up front and we're not charging you anything else for the rest of the years, and do the math, what is, if it's a 2-year EA, then it's 40 divided by 24, and that's kind of like what we then have to kind of pay for monthly server costs and everything else. And to me, that doesn't make sense. Let's see. So I'm okay with an upfront cost to pay early to essentially be a tester. I'm not sure about a sub. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I'm definitely not being critical of the line of thinking. But it definitely won't be the way we go. Encrypt says, even if I hit all the content that was there, I'd keep going because I have 12 other classes to hit that content with. Okay. I think that's also, that's probably an approach a number of people will take, right? Like play multiple, have alts even in EA. Getting Distracted says, I think about it almost like a Patreon sub, paying for you to continue making content and then hopefully have new reasons to check in month to month. Yeah, that's right. Listen, you can't even subscribe here. We're, you know, hopefully you're subscribed over at Zookins and Goblins and the other guys, but like, this is free content. We have 600 videos you didn't even have to be a Patreon member of. Hey, you get in our Discord and we're not even charging you. I don't know what shit you guys are talking about, like at the bottom of this thread. I gotta catch up so much. Yeah, you're not just paying for the game's access, you're paying for this smiling face right here. That's worth at least $15. Just think of it like Patreon. The Crone says, I always keep my subs to games, partially because I forget, but we're counting on it. Dude, as subscription-based MMOs make so much money off your inability to cancel a sub. I'm guilty of it too. I've got shit that I'm not playing that I'm paying for. Rittermark says, I would stay subbed, all caps, because he means it. Justin says he'll pay $20 a month for an active sub. You may have to get with somebody else and give them like $5 of that or whatever so they feel better. Quicksana said, 5 people in my family will probably be subbed. We pay as long as we're on an MMO together. We'll often resub when we go back. Yeah, that's another thing, families, that does add up. Liz says, I can see me playing this till the day you turn the servers off, but with the caveat, you don't do what so many did and dumb crap down and make it like WoW-like, and you haven't logged in 24 hours, say hello to someone, and we give you a level. Yeah, so we'll try to avoid all that stuff. Stabby the Robot says, it honestly comes down to what my finances are like. If I'm doing well enough to pay just sub to an early access game, I'm probably going to pay the whole way. Right on. And again, definitely know that times are tough for a lot of folks, so not making light of any subscription costs that we put out there. Matthias says, to be honest, for me, it's easier to 1, pay a sub during EA, 2, continue it for a team that's extremely dedicated to design and with transparency to its community. It's hard for me to say the same for a game that is only going to the pockets of the suits and investors. Fair enough. Fair. Borlick says, depends on how fast development is coming. If it feels years out until it's if it feels my ability to speak is diminishing. If it feels years out, I'll move on until it's more complete. That's also fair. Preston says, for me, it will be determined by the amount of repeatable content in it at the end, combined with having a guild or not. If no guild or activities to do, I'll probably cancel until more is added. Darius says, I would probably not have enough time to play to get through everything, and I just forget I'm subbed. Please, that would be not bad. Coding Caffeine says, hey is all, just ordered the new D&D limited edition pinball. Like an actual pinball machine? That's wild. Normally fans will sub on and off for every few months. Cool. Guido says, for me, it'll depend on cost and how much there would be to do outside of leveling one character, like rafting, exploring alts and stuff. Cool. G. Williker says, I kept my subscription to old school RuneScape for years, even when I didn't play, because I didn't want it to die. I'll definitely do the same with M&M. Thank you, buddy. EA on Steam, no plans at this time, but who knows? But no plans at this time. We are, I think it's fair to say, we are looking at kind of the response on Steam that Pantheon's getting. So that'll be a data point. Aaron Gunn says, I might have missed part of the question. I usually keep it going for a few months, but eventually cancel. However, if it is a game that needs support, I'll keep it going. M&M will be an immediate year sub if it is available. Just support y'all. Hey, appreciate it. Pessimistic says, would gladly pay a sub. McAaron says, I think it varies greatly depending on how much in-game grind there is in the start of it. If you have AAs that take ridiculous grinding but still have progress, I think it'd be worth logging in. But if there's nothing left to do, maybe pause. Fair. Theron says, I think y'all retain a lot of subs. Embers Adrift seem to keep a lot of subs from inactive players. Smaller game, though. Yeah, I think that's fair. Possum says, I would pause my sub only if there is nothing left for me to do. Which I doubt because there are so many classes, or so many races and classes. But even if I did pause my sub, I would then give that money to one of the devs who streams on Twitch. Appreciate it. Eating Around says, if I don't find people to play with, I tend to stop playing and then cancel the sub. I'd apply that same logic to this game. Where were we? Wait, I have to implement the ability to cancel subscriptions? Maybe. Sorry, Swanee. We left that part out. There is no cancel button. Zinfar says, I look at Pantheon and how it went for them. I'd be happy to leave my sub up for life, but I think most will be stopping 2 or 3 months in. Depends on content, I guess. Getting more upfront would give you guys more runway for sure. Keep in mind, one of our goals is to have our first big sort of module update, our first little mini expansion with it. Well, I mean, it's not like it's secret with the deep elves in a few deep zones and a deep elven city. If we can stay on schedule, our current plan is to be working on it before we go live. So if we stay on schedule, that would be within a few months of EA starting, actually. So the plan is to like have a roadmap and continue basically just hitting those dates. So it would be everything that's on the EA list would be what you'd be playing for the first few months. And then hopefully, ideally, we'd be expanding into the deep and the deep elves and stuff like that around then. If we can get ahead on the schedule, it'll be sooner. If we can't, then it'll be later. But that's the plan. And so far, we're doing pretty good schedule-wise, but we'll see how this year goes. See if things start slipping. Going back up. Hindo says, I ran a couple of boxes. I may or may not keep those going, but my main character will be here for sure. Liz says, I also remember Talk being able to maybe help a fellow out system, and maybe we could pay a sub so you could discretionary help someone in need. I'd be willing to add +1 to my bill as much as I can for that. No, it wouldn't be like Chrono. It'd just be like a you'd be able to give somebody like a gift sub out of the game, which I guess if you're transacting out of the game, then I mean that's RMT is RMT, but yeah, no plans for anything like a Chrono. It was more like a be able to blow a buddy a sub or whatever. Gift subs. On disability, so keeping a sub running I'm not using can't really happen. Also payment, maybe if you have a few bucks off per month for a 6 to 12 month block. Oh, that makes sense, Tsunami-san. What are your ballpark estimates for server costs given interest? We've got a relatively specific estimate, but that's something that we've got like in our projected operating expenses. It's not something I just can break out here. Ollie may know it offhand, but I don't have it. Oh, this is also talking about like the ability for us, I guess, to sort of give subs to people in need, that other people. I think it's like Angel Studios and some other people do that as well, right? Where you can just pay for extra subs and they kind of build up in a pool, and then those can be given out to people. But kind of a interesting concept to manage. Mr. Stabby says, what's the FOMO cost? I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm a lot more likely to keep paying if it gets me that sweet limited edition mount when it goes gold. Yeah, I don't think we're doing any of that. Coffee's Life says, happily sub for an EA MMO as long as there's no dailies, weeklies. That's an insta sub for me. Yeah, I'm trying to think. It's funny. Whenever we're adding something that's got a recurring element to it, I always get a little nervous that it's gonna either wind up feeling like a thing that you're compelled to do weekly, or just be perceived that way. Is early access going to wipe? Not if we can help it. I think that's what we're spending the year trying to get things tight enough that unless there's just some like bizarre, really horrible thing, and rather than wipe in that situation, I think it would be better hopefully we just run into maybe a situation where like, oh shit, we got to do a rollback. We found something horrific. Uncle Jay says, I will say that I love the engagement and that you truly care about our opinions on these things. You have to make a business decision at the end of the day. Happy to support. Yeah, and you know, that's one of those things we definitely. There are calls that we have to make, and it's never like we're not dismissing. We're definitely listening, but sometimes you just kind of got to do what you got to do. Okay, I'm finally getting to the answer on the D&D pinball machine. It was unveiled at CES this week. Really cool. Stern put it out. It'll deliver the first weekend next month after they get them out. Really excited about it. Can I ask, like, how expensive is that? Are you cool with saying, like, how expensive that is? Dude, I used to play so much pinball with my dad. My dad loved pinball, man. When we had the skate park, we had a pinball machine in there. Like, there was a arcade company where you could just... They would leave... you know, like machines, and then you get a percentage of the quarters that come out of there. Yeah, so I will one of these days, if I ever have the cash, I would love to have a pinball machine, and a D&D one sounds fantastic. Let's see. Dude, I'm so behind, sorry. Year-long sub would be an immediate purchase. I would feel kind of weird about that though. Like, I mean, but yeah, eventually we'll have like 6 to 12 month type deals with a discount on the sub. Very likely. Perhaps box games and free-to-play with optional subs benefits for those that can usually profit but not always viable for devs, of course. I think for us it's just going to be straightforward sub. Swanee said my initial testing with gift stubs would be 1 month at a time, kind of like how Twitch does gift stubs, so they wouldn't be recurring, only your subscription. Yeah, Swanee's the one implementing this stuff for us. So thanks, Swanee. But also if it breaks, then blame Swanee. Tyhex says, have you guys mentioned how you plan to do early access tests for playtesters, or continue doing them at the rate you're at? We're going to continue, we're going to continue just doing open playtests. And then that may change as we're getting closer to going into early access. Hidden Tree says, damn, that's looking great. Hey, thank you. Yeah, very excited to get the actual textures in, but in terms of just general feel and stuff, things are definitely coming together. We were running around the gray box for Keeper's Bite a few minutes ago. And then just kind of hopped it over here for the people that had not seen this in the previous stream. So this is Shallow Shoals. We just started on this zone, and this is like our Ocean of Tears water traversal zone. As you can see, there's the floating citadel over Vale of Zintar there. There's the Vale of Zintar shoreline. You come around like the southern, from Night Harbor's way over there. You come around Fallen Pass and Fallen Watches over there, and then you can't come through here. It's too dangerous. There's sandbars. It's shallow. There's roaming monsters. There's all sorts of sketchy islands. So you have to got to go out around here, around these shallows, and work your way around and make your way up north to Keeper's Bite. So, and there's more there's more islands and stuff over there. This zone is so big. We've got to get a boat in here soon just to see how long it takes to traverse it with a boat. But it's gonna take a while because, I mean, I've got Sal on, and that I think that island way out there, that That is an outpost out there, and it is like the halfway mark, if I'm not mistaken. And there's all sorts of islands and stuff on the way. So Simon and the boat is going to need Bart's for sure. You're going to need a strong breeze at your back. What am I running into? But yeah, and dude, these islands, you know how Simon and the guys do it. Nothing's ever like dead simple. So there's a whole little town over here. You can't see it because it's so far. The town's small, but there's like buildings and stuff built into the mountainside here. So it's a fun zone. I came in here, I was blown away by the progress. And I'm just looking at it. I honestly, the rate that that Simon and I believe it's been Simon and Chinny primarily. I don't know if those guys are out there. They could say it. But the rate at which that they're cranking through the zone's really cool. It's just now I'm more worried about like technical implications of the zone being so big. But I don't know if it's really bigger than. Yeah, it is. It's bigger. This is a big zone, so we'll have to figure some stuff out. Oh, dude, this with the time of day changing. As I was kind of heading west here, getting towards the deep water, and the deep water in our game is very scary. Like, there's a reason why you mainly hang out. A lot goes on the continent. Once you start going too far away from the continent, it's not good. And so I was just thinking, what if as you get closer to the sort of edge of this zone, it's just we've got some post-processing going on and stuff, and it just kind of gets darker and it's stormier. Maybe kind of that stormy implication out here. Note to self. Let me write this down actually. Stormier looking in the distance as you go west and check. And then you just fall off the edge. Yeah. Big scary waves too. Yes. Waves get bigger. I wish I could do a Willy Wonka voice. The waves get bigger. Big sharks and shit swimming out just beyond there. Waves get bigger. All caps. Bigger. Bigger. Bigger sharks and leviathans in the distance. More waves. More waves. Stop waves. Rogue waves would indeed be pretty cool. Oh my gosh. Rogue wave is just like a random zone hazard. Can it be done? Probably. Let's put it on the list. Rogue wave zone hazard. It's so sketchy. The ocean is so sketchy. It's beautiful, but it bothers me. With only 750 of the LEs being built, it's going to be the price of a used Toyota Corolla, around 14K after taxes. Oh. Yeah, so maybe if I win the lottery. That's a lot for a pinball machine. No, John, no tattoos for money. Hey, Essential X. Said, hey man, how you doing? I was thinking about you the other day while listening to Ride the Lightning. You know what? I appreciate that. That's pretty rad. That is a decent song to be thought of because of. Hey Keith P. And then you see the whirlpool. Yeah, Rogue Wave and whirlpool. I would love to have a whirlpool somewhere that takes you into the deep, similar to Ultima, where it would take you into the underworld. You can see some of like the notes that they're using as they're building to kind of keep scale in mind and stuff. Oh, dude, I'm so happy that we had this conversation, guys, because this whole like darkness in the distance and stormier and post effects and bigger waves and all this shit is, oh man, that's gonna be that's fun. The streams, you guys, 100% you guys have made the game better. We have a secret weapon that other companies don't have. We have a bunch of people hanging out in here, like, just bullshitting with us and inspiring us and stuff like that. Super secret weapon. Whoever's writing our GDC talk, who was it? I'm trying to, was it Uncle Jay? Uncle Jay, put that in the notes for your GDC talk. You can give a GDC talk about us if we're successful. How about that? Yeah, so anyways, you come out here on the ship, and so one of the things we got to deal with a little bit is, like, see how the coastline disappears? We've got to build, like, a whole coastline here for Keeper's Bite, right? Because that's what you're going back to. I'm trying to swim out to this damn island. I don't know if Nick or Ali know. Will you eventually... I don't think you'll run out of stamina swimming. I don't think we're doing that. I don't think you'll drown. But if you go into deep water, you'll drown for sure. You can't go further west. Further west will kill you. Our secret weapon, my secret weapon is humility. Oh, I thought you were, because we joke so much internally about, we were just joking about that earlier in the week. I'm like, we were talking about really enjoying Zukin's stream and what a nice guy he is, but I'm more humble. I'm the humblest. Our humidity is other streaming developers are so arrogant. Oh, I don't know that. I don't believe that. With you guys, it just feels like chatting with other gamers. Well, I mean, we kind of are. I'm the least other gamer person on the team. I'm just some industry goon. But the rest of the team's pretty hardcore. They're legit gamers. Like, whenever there's a 69 in Slack, everybody says nice. That's how legit they are. They even know about 420. Yeah, so look at this town. I'm not, I don't want to reveal too much before you guys can get here, but I think I probably already have revealed too much on another stream. Oh, that would have only been the last stream, though. So maybe I haven't. But anyways, it's coming together. Again, placeholder textures. Yeah, I see islands, future islands in the distance, and then you're gonna make your way over to Keeper's Bite over there, and then you'll see the forest in the distance as well, probably. So yeah, this is our fun tropical-ish water zone. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me, but I just when I look and I see the other zone in the distance, I just kind of like it. It helps. It helps kind of finish the picture of this region for me. Quick 44 said, time to add megalodons and kraken so we can roleplay Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, beautiful game. I mean, there's been a painting here. Where was it? Oh, it's actually probably easier for me to find it in just our update. I'm gonna run and do that inventory of like zone shit in a minute so I can actually say I got some work done today. Other than coming up with great ideas with you and writing them down. Undertow water hazard with them rogue waves would also be pretty neat. I like the I kind of like the fact that in Pantheon the water's got a little push to it. The piratey music in the zone is so great. Your composer is killer. Are you hearing different music than I'm hearing? Or is it just music is aligning with, it just happens to line up sometimes when we're in here. Like the stuff that I'm playing in the background. Oh, hey, that's us. Server's coming down. Do you remember this guy? Music comment was a while ago. Catch up, buddy. I'm not able to do that. Sorry. Pirate music. I think we'll wind up with some real fun music in here. There we go. Old Doc Roberts said I had to remove myself from the mailing list because I got a new job. Remember to resubscribe today. Oh, thank you. Mystical teleporting island with a crazy ass dungeon would be great inside of the Ocean of Death zone we're idealizing here. Yeah, I mean, there is stuff that is off in the deep ocean. There is stuff there. Like, there are places there. You know, pretty key historical places and other stuff out there. And you will eventually brave, you know, the dark ocean around the continent. But it'll be treacherous. Are you guys going to be at GDC this year? No. Maybe not ever. And Doc Roberts said above that, so pretty. I come in and out of development due to work, but it looks incredible each time I see new stuff. Hey, thank you. Something floats ashore at secret timings. Quicksana, what did you mean by that? Because I'm curious. What would you picture? Let's see if I can get back in. Trying to subscribe through Prime, don't see an option. No subs on this channel. I renounced my affiliate just so I wouldn't have to worry about like any sort of German tech stuff for now. If you want to sub, please check out some of our other guys that are streaming. The support's really actually kindness. Go check out Zukin stream, Goblin stream. We've got Pattis streaming. We've got ZBrush, so Zach streaming. You've signed to them. Perfect. Yep. And then we're good. I'm good on this end. No, come on. I know we'll see Eminem at Comic-Con for sure. I guess if we ever do like a comic or a book or movies or whatever, maybe. The books thing would actually be cool eventually. We're really trying to like we've got an editor. Like one of our roles on the team is editor. He's in here, I believe. Or was in here. His name's Eric. And it's been fantastic. Having an editor to come into our, because we maintain a Confluence page, like a big master wiki. There he is. There's Eric, tech writer. Hey, Chinny. And it's such a huge help, guys. Very much the right call. And this is only the start. If we're lucky enough to have Tech Writer here in chat with us throughout the course of the project, it's going to be such a great tool for just making sure that the world is cohesive, that we just build in more and more richness in our lore. And it's like it's very functional. I wish there was an easy way to show you what I mean without spilling the beans. Maybe there's a, you know what? I might be able to do a quick hack, actually. Let me try something. May not work, may work, may not work. Let me see something. How are things in Deutschland right now? Damp and cold. Yeah, just show everything redacted. So I'm kind of trying to find a thing. Find a way to... Well, it's such a risky one, too. I wouldn't show that. All right. That actually, let me see if I can do this. Let me reread this, make sure I'm not spilling any beans that would ruin stuff for you. Okay. So yeah. So we essentially we maintain a Confluence. If you guys haven't used Confluence, it's you know, it's essentially just a big kind of wiki-like tool, right? It's just documentation, a website thing, I guess how I would say it in these terms. And so everything we have as we're working on it, everything, you know, this is just sort of the top portion of a page. But stuff's got pages and it's all as much as possible linked, and you know, it makes it easier and easier as the lore builds for us to be able to go through and see, you know, we're reading about this and it links over there. Every page has got like nice comment section in the bottom, and you can do inline comments and all that. And one of the things that Eric's been really great with is, as he comes in, taking a lot of loose pages or taking stuff that's been formatted differently, you know, or maybe we've got inconsistencies here and there. Maybe, We absolutely do. And the you just love saying the word Langsdorfian, of course. Yeah, and so, but he comes in and he's built like flowcharts for us. You can kind of see like structures of organizations and you know, relationships between you know, certain factions, and just, dude, it's, and then there's all of the, like, it's very wordy. I went ahead and stopped it here, but essentially just lots of, as you can see, right, like the overview and locations and known members and associated factions and history, and so just really robust documentation compared to other projects that I've been on. And we're really just getting started. Like, there's a lot of work for us to do. I'm not trying to represent this as like we've got everything figured out and fucking everything's documented and stuff. Absolutely not the case. But we've got a fair amount, and yeah, and it's really nice to have someone that's helping to maintain that and really doing you know, just doing great work on editing in general, like and helping us build out like style guides and standards, and you know, even writing some mud actions and all that stuff as well. It's but you know, now that we've got the help on it, it's one of those things where it's kind of like, man, it'd be so overwhelming to like try to make sense of all this shit without that assistance. So it's a big deal. It's huge, and I think it's really going to make the game a lot better. And all of this was triggered because then in the future, the hope is, because we've got a history, you know, we've got a timeline that goes all the way back to sort of the beginning of this planet. I won't say the beginning of this universe or whatever, but definitely the beginning of this planet, and the major events that come through here and all this stuff. And the reason why we felt like that was important is so that as we're like starting the origin of certain races and player races and things, you know, we want them to make sense, and we want their, you know, it triggers a lot of questions about like, oh, but what, you know, if this happened here and that happened there, then really how are we going to work that out or whatever. So again, a lot of work will be going into that this year as we're getting stuff ready for EA and using that information to build for EA, but we'll be working on it throughout. And if it really winds up being as robust as it has the potential of being based on where it's at now, we can really provide a lot of information for things like, you know, like Uncle Jay just said, like an old school style strategy guide, like the old Prima guides, or you know, the information, like we did a project like that on EQ at one point, the EQ Atlas, and the thing was, they had to make most of that shit up. Like, we didn't have good documentation on EQ. We just didn't have it, right? So I'd love for, you know, there are certain ages in our history where like some pretty crazy stuff went on for quite a while, and it would be cool to eventually, you know, if the game's working and if we've got an audience and if our bread and butter is taken care of, you know, like the core of why we're here, if the game is in good shape and taken care of, and we have an ongoing sort of you know, fan base, then hopefully, you know, it's something we could then loop in like a writer or writers and be like, hey, would you like to do a series of books based on this era, because there's a lot of cool shit that could have happened during that era, that type of stuff. So yeah, that's our confluence. I mean, I don't know, I get pretty excited about that kind of stuff. All right, I'm gonna catch up on stuff. Mr. Cow says, I was watching Athena says parrots have taken up residence in Stuttgart. I was like, isn't it cold in winter? But somehow they survive. Maybe they live in a castle. What classes are mandrakes going to be able to play? That is a closely held secret deep in our confluence. Darton says, my wife and I met in 2003 in a Lost Dungeons North. Showed her your stream and she said she can't wait to play this with me, and she quit gaming about 12 years ago. Fantastic. Also very cool that you met your wife in Eldon. How many of the Wayfarer points did that cost you? But I forget, what do we call those? Sean, have you a prediction on how long it'll be before you can make Eminem your full-time job? Let's call it best case scenario 2026. Eminem's already my full-time job because I've got a pretty supportive wife and a bit of savings. For the rest of the team, I mean, that's the thing with EA. If we've got people willing to pay for early access, then the goal is to start having some of the guys that are contractors that freelance by trade, like basically trying to just hire them as freelancers full time, and then just kind of go from there. But we won't be able to give people jobs until we're real stable, because we don't want to risk it for anybody, right? Like nobody should be quitting their job for this until things are very stable. But we do want to get to a point where we can I don't know if the server's back up yet. We do want to get to a point where we're able to start contracting our team and paying them. And then when the money's there, like I'm pretty, and I'm not just saying this to like be whatever. It's not like, you know, trying to go out of my way to do anything, but like I'm good financially, so I'm not on the list until everybody else is taken care of. Like I said, I'm already mostly full-time here. Tubox said you'll be able to onboard so much faster when you can say, here's the manual, learn it. Yeah, and that's the thing. We've got all of our lore and stuff in what we call the compendium. And then we've got the source book, which is like how to use the tools. And we've actually done a lot of documentation on the tools. Every once in a while it gets kind of a little out of date, but we try to keep it up. So I'm pretty proud of that as well. Eminem, Bathhouse Stories, a 27-book series. Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. Do we have any erotic fiction writers out there? Send me a DM. Mr. Stabby, no, it's not similar to WorldForge. We wound up stopping using WorldForge and just using Confluence because Confluence is just really robust. But it costs us a little bit every month. We used to call SOE cash Smedbucks. I think Smedbucks was a pretty common term. SOE cash, dude. I don't even remember, what was SOE cash used for? Was it actual cash? I've hit the age where my memory is just garbage. For some stuff, other stuff it's like crystal clear. Tools documentation. What kind of studio are you running here? No shit. Hey Migs. I'd like to think people will be loyal to a quality game like EQ or WoW. I think folks will stick around even if they're being flooded by titles as often as we are. They're not any quality games and nothing done with input of users' feedback. I believe it'll be something great. Hey, Hum Jump, thank you very much. If you're normal for our age, Sean, you can remember how many times you had chips for tea as a kid, but not what you did with the thing that was in your hand 10 seconds. I think it's more and more like short-term memory. All right, server is not coming back up, I guess, for a while. Let me check Slack real quick. Oop. Looks like there's some sort of error. Yeah, and Nick's asking about it as well. Cool. Are there loading screens between zones or seamless transition? Loading screens. We are fully leaning into the zone part of us being zone based. Gives us a nice opportunity to give you splash screens with art. Let's see. I'll pop in here. What are we popping into? Pop into Vale. Hey Wallabus, what's going on, buddy? Salacious says, do you think Pantheon success is a good omen for Eminem, or will help bring more attention to Eminem? Curious on your thoughts. I think it's great, and definitely watching them. I mean, listen, not here to bullshit you guys. Like, look, I've got this page up. Why wouldn't we be looking for info, right? Like, oh, hey, let's check these CCU curves here. Looking good. Okay, looks like we've kind of hit a nice after holidays pretty stable point here. Nice. Any and all data that we can get, we'll be looking at, right? And it's nice to see. It's nice to see here. Their all-time 61 on Steam seems to be, yeah, it's right here. It's 4 a.m. my time. I think is their peak. 4 a.m. my time. I think I tracked that back to like 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you're on an MMO team, especially if you're a producer or whatever, you're always watching these, right? Because you're looking for the patterns. And in theory, you can look and see kind of like, oh, was there an outage there, or is it just the tool? Sometimes the tool will lose data or whatever, but you can always kind of see, oh, we had a little server, we had some zones crash or a server crash or whatever. Yeah, we were looking at a few of these. So that's the VG Insights. Maybe that's one of the ones. I know there's some links floating around Slack. Let me see. Let me see when I bring this up if it's the one I was looking at. Yeah, okay, I've seen this one. Yeah, I mean, all this is looking really positive. Love that they're getting 82.5% positive reviews. That's great, right? And because that's not like being on Steam. And this is one of the interesting things about seeing that on Steam is being on Steam. Obviously, they're getting a number of folks that have also, if you look at Reddit and Reddit posts and things like that, you can see a number of people that are saying, hey, I've never played one of these games before. And we're actually seeing more of those as well in our Discord. And so the part that's really cool is looking at the number of people that are just like, I've heard about this type of game, or I didn't get a chance to play EQ, or even some younger people, I didn't get a chance to play like, WoW when it first came out and stuff. So that's been really cool. I think this is super positive for our little corner of the industry. So definitely watching this, and it's going to be a thing where, and again, this isn't said like out of the side of my mouth or whatever. Watching this over time is now the interesting thing for us. So as the next couple of months progress, want to see, does this stay stable? Does it continue to grow a little bit? Do they see a dip, right? And because the metrics that you're looking at when you're working on a game, you're looking at not just like, sorry, Jasmine's digging in the dog's freezer for his food, and now apparently throwing lamps around the house and kicking out windows or whatever was going over there. So the progression here makes sense. this is cool because this is even after the holidays, but a lot of people maybe still haven't gone back to work, but it's a Sunday. So, you know, the producer and me is kind of looking to see like, what did they establish sort of a rhythm where you've got kind of like your nice CCU, your concurrent users, kind of a nice CCU count that stays very stable. And then you'll see specific days like Sundays where maybe you'll pop up or, you know, like, I think Sundays tend to be the day. Every game's kind of got a slightly different audience. You'll see different curves. But yeah, like these are looking very similar now. So that may wind up being the like the rhythm, the pattern form. I'm hoping personally that we continue to see this grow. And yeah, and so it's also hard to look at that for real numbers since so many people don't use Steam, but it's a good indicator of new players. Yeah, and it's and that's the other thing, right? So this is, I think when we've seen some stuff posted by like Joppa and stuff on Twitter, it tends to be using the Steam numbers. I don't know why they're not using the full numbers. But again, everybody's gonna, it's their data, so they can do what they want with it. I would love to see the full numbers. Naturally, I'd love to see the full numbers. I mean, it's like competitive analysis or whatever, right? But yeah, it's nice to see that. Hopefully we see that grow over time. The more that they are able to maintain it or even grow it over the next year, I think more exciting it is for us, because it shows that there's a market there. Now, there's always the whole like, there's always the idea of, is this a zero-sum game? Maybe, right? Like pun intended, I guess. It could be that we come out and people are well established in there and they're like, oh, we're not even going to look at Eminem because of that. Just feel like, you know, if you ask me how I feel about Eminem, I love it, and I think it's, you know, ultimately if I had to pick, that's the game I'd want to play. If you ask Hidden Tree in here about like Eco, obviously loves it, and probably that's the, you know, it's like that's the game he wants to play. The Pantheon guys are gonna love their game. So we have our biases, but at the end of the day, I do think that people that like the other games will likely give us a shot, and I think they'll like our game. So. Have I played Pantheon? Yeah, I've only played one character to level 10 so far. I honestly feel guilty anytime I'm not either dealing with real life and family stuff or doing work or taking naps. Those are kind of my priorities. I've had some fun logging in with a buddy of mine and like doing, you know, hopping in voice, and like it's really been good. It's just a lot of fun for us. I've played with some just random like pickup duos for. I had one session one day where I didn't feel too guilty because I swear I probably played like 5 or 6 hours, and we were just like steady grinding. I think that was like from, I think I'm level 10, and I think that was like from around 8 to 10 or something like that, 7 to 10, and I have fun. I enjoy it. And so it's this is going to be said, I'm going to say this in a way that hopefully it comes across. What I mean is why do I make shit awkward like that? I should just fucking say it, and then, you know, if people take it the wrong way, whatever. I think all the sort of caveats make things awkward. Now I'm even talking about that out loud, I realized. Shit. Anyways, I enjoyed it. I enjoy playing it. I'm gonna play more of it. I like playing Pantheon, and one of the things that I think about when I play Pantheon is, hey man, this is fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy Eminem more. So to me, that's like a good sign, right? Like it's, man, I get in here, I have fun, I enjoy playing this. I like leveling. I like running around. I like grinding, and I like acquiring items. I like fucking playing around with trade skills and stuff. I like Eminem more. So that could only mean, in my brain, if I like it that much and I like Eminem more, then hopefully there's a ton of people that like it, and then they play Eminem. They're like, man, I really like Eminem, and there we go. And then hopefully over time, there's just more and more and more people discover this shit, and it's because the number of people, if you look at the old report of the EG7 when they acquired Daybreak, and they were showing like the EQ numbers. The EQ numbers were pretty solid back then. I think it was like 60,000 subs, 80,000 monthly users or something. Like that's not bad. And if you look at, if we just happen to, maybe know some people that know some things about some of the EQ emulators. So we have a rough idea of like some of the stuff that's out there. Number wise. And so I think it's a good spot. Let me now zone. That makes sense. Secrets can't keep a secret. What? I didn't say that. Who said that? But yeah, Frank means I've played. Would you consider having a box price for Eminem after seeing the willingness to buy Pantheon and EA? I'd pay for a box price. I just think that we want to. We're not a box game. We're a MMO, and we have a sub. So rather than do something one way and then do a switcheroo later or whatever, rather let's just get rolling, and let's try to earn your sub money, and then longer term, like I said earlier in the stream, they know their business model better than I do, but I would say that we know that we have ongoing costs, and rather than try to get the money up front and then divvy it out over time, rather just treat it our business the way we're going to treat our business, which is look and see what our recurring revenue looks like based on subs, and sort of follow those trends. And if you're going to pay $40 up front, and then like, is it really kind of saying, and I understand the logic, and you may disagree, and I think it would be a fair point if I say like, hey, $40 for a year, $40 for 2 years, you're gonna be like, yeah, of course that's a better value to you, than like $15 a month for for a year or 2 years. What we're saying is like, we want to go ahead and make sure our contractors are taken care of, that our server costs are taken care of, that we're running our business the way we're going to run our business. And hopefully we give you $15 worth of value, and we retain you just like we need to when the game's live. And then in 3, 4, 5 months, then we're in a better spot, right? So, but who knows? We'll see what we learned this year. There is no Steam page for Eminem. You can figure out player retention from the start, not after the fact. Yeah. I mean, because that's the name of the game, right? Like, Warlock says, can't decide between Ranger, Druid, Elementalist, and Necromancer. All right. Somebody help him out. Indo says, I prefer a sub to box price because it means there's always a revenue stream to help fund further development and doesn't incentivize other ways to make money, which usually shows up in the form of microtransactions. Yeah. I mean, it's a bold call, right? Like, I don't know that I personally would be brave enough to make that call. It's like, hey, pay X amount, and then we've got this sort of open-ended kind of like period where we're trying to wrap things up, because it kind of puts you back in the runway scenario, right? Like funding typically does. I was talking to a friend in the industry about that this morning. One of the advantages that we've had is if, say, somebody gave us $1 million at the beginning of this project to start working on M&M, our mindset would have been completely, or 2 million, because we were saying, how much do you think it would have cost us if everybody was being paid like the standard rate for their role in the development of M&M today? So let's say it's roughly 2 million for 4 years. With that ramping over time because we've added more people over time, right? So if all we had was like 2 million, then 2 million is not 6 to 12 months for our team. If you know, we're a team of 31 people. If we're burning through $2 million at 6 to 12 months, then we've got to talk about everybody's salaries. But okay. Let's see. Anyway, the thing is, all right, now if we go, hey, here's a box price, a box price, and we get X number of people, all right, then we get that runway again, but we're always really thinking about that runway. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's a good way to run the team, I guess, is to use that as a constraint. But I think it would have just it changes the mentality a bit, and I think we've benefited from just being able to kind of like drive forward without having to deal with that too much. I don't know if that makes sense. Is sub the revenue model? Will you be looking at venture investments as well? Sub is the revenue model. I think we've said in the past, like if somebody were to show up with a really big bag of cash, and for us, I mean, honestly, a really big bag of cash is what, like, if somebody were to show up with, 3 to 5 million or something like that, and they were the super coolest person ever, and they were not going to get in our business, and it was a reasonable sort of like return that they're looking for and all this other stuff, will we talk to them? Sure, but there's something, I think there's, because then, if we're able to keep to the plan that we've had, it may work out for us, but there's just something to the idea of us continuing the route that we're going and just getting into a revenue generating period on the timeline that we've got and seeing what that looks like and then making the best of it and kind of going from there. There's just something just feels right about earning it in that way. I don't know. Let me see if I'm actually getting into game or not. Only $15 for a month is so crazy. Why would people develop a game? That's such a lunch price. That's a lunch price in the US. I mean, yeah, depending on how much you've had to invest to get the game up and running. Let me check Slack. Maybe something still going on. Let me pull again. It's totally a snow day at work for me. I'm like, oh man, I can't get in the game. I guess I'll just keep chatting with you guys. I'm not doing any work. Oh no. I like to think of a sub as a finance box price. I think I know what you mean, Power of Kings, but clarify that for me, because I want to make sure that I understand what you're saying on that one. keep in mind, part of us are, some of us are part-timers. This is our side hustle. Yeah, that's another thing. A portion of the team this will always be kind of it'll be their side hustle, right? And even when we've got people coming onto the team full time, the guys that have like had this as their side hustle will always be a standard member of the team, and they'll always be taken care of. It's just we understand that they've got day jobs that they can't leave. So, let's see. Monetizing MMOs is really hard. Each option has significant downsides. Each option has downsides, but I don't see it as, it's not that horrible, right? I've seen YouTube channels get bought and the owners say nothing is going to change until it changes. Yeah. Looks like you need to upgrade on a PC there, or maybe replace my enhanced player. I think there's just something going on tonight, guys. But also I probably need a better computer. Because when I'm streaming and in Unity, things are pretty sluggish. Whoever asked like 3 hours ago about what engine, because it was looking so pretty, asked if it was Unreal. Nope, Unity 6. We're in Unity 6. Let's see. Salacious says, I think Eminem's going to get a lot of attention when the new textures get placed. Peeps are very visually focused. Yeah, I definitely think it'll help. There are going to be a lot of people out there that aren't into our style, or you kind of the lower poly thing or the retro thing. And that's all good. We still love them. We know, like we've said from day one, we know the game is not for everybody. But hopefully it's for somebody's. Hindo says, it's weird. I generally loathe software as a service applications, but prefer an MMO with sub. I honestly, I just think it's such an honest way to have a relationship with the players. It's very much like hey, we just need to keep doing stuff to make you want to keep coming back, right? Humjum agrees. And so that way up there, like that little dog leg around will then take you into Keeper's Bite. So we'll probably have some nice like dried out scrub and little brush and stuff like that. A little more vegetation going up this hill, and then we'll have the new textures. Nicodemus says, if we... Wait, I'm facing the wrong way. That's actually fallen past. Keeper's Bite's up here. I'm a dummy. Turn around, I was like, oh, Citadel's in the wrong place. Either that or I'm just at the wrong zone line. Let's see, the value of the game to me goes up the longer I'm subscribed. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the continuation of Power of King said, I like to think of a sub as a finance box price. Value of the game to me goes up the longer I'm subscribed. Well, I mean, we kind of look at it as like, even without factoring in the price, you know, the cash that you're spending each month, your time investment, it's a very valuable investment, like an actual investment, right? You're investing into this character, you're investing into your community, you're investing into our world, and the thing, it feels like having a subscription runs nicely in parallel to that, right? Like we want you to feel comfortable with the overall amount of time that you're investing, and feel like you're part of something that's growing in value, right? Like the community and the game and where it's going, all of that it's growing in value along with your investment of time. That probably makes zero sense, but hopefully you get what I'm going for. Borlik says, I don't like how free-to-play games put so many resources in the cat shop for convenience development. Games should be fun, so some forget. Log in, never have to consider buying power-up is worth it. That's interesting. Make a quick note. Behind the citadel and some weird occlusion thing going on, maybe. It's probably just something needs to be rebaked properly. Mr. Cow says, I honestly not caught an Eminem stress test in a while. I like how it's looking now. Wait, is that a giant skelly? Yeah, it is. Lindo says, every time I see the zone, it's got something new going on. Yeah, we're getting close to having all the new stuff wrapped in here and moving on to new areas for now. Let me, I'll just take 2 screenshots real quick and put that in our bug channel. It's probably what's happening. Number of places. Okay, but let's catch it in action, shall we? Black. Is that an occlusion culling issue? Yeah, it seems like it, right? Because it's camera dependent. I'm sure we run into stuff like this all the time, little things like this. And we just post it in Slack real quick. And usually you guys fix these things super, super fast. So. Yeah, probably just need to rebake it. Correct. Ice Creek says, I feel like people are very reluctant to pay a subscription even if they're interested in the game, but then microtransactions ruin the integrity of the gameplay. It's possible, man. It's possible. I just, and this is anecdotal, but in most discussions we've had over the years, like subscription has just been the winner for most people. Let me see what's going on. Let me go super fast real quick so I can get where I need to go. Okay. Oh, hey, that skeleton's swimming. Look at him go. He's having a good time. He's like, oh, a nice bath in this horrible water. Wet skeleton smell. Oh. Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. Hello there. He wasn't a skeleton when he began to swim. Oh, Chip, this is awesome. I have not seen this before. Oh my god, this is so great. Holy shit, how scary would that be if you weren't expecting it and you're just in some water somewhere? And you just see this thing coming at you. I mean, you know. He's doing the death stroke. How does this look at night? Oh, that's a good point. Monotonous. Time set. 7 p.m. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Oh no, it's dark and I'm drowning. Oh shit, this is terrifying. Why did you do this to me? Torch? Oh my god, the torch effect's weird in this water. Or area. Ah! No! Why does the torch work in water? We'll fix that. We'll fix that. We'll put that on our list of things that you'll complain about later. Oh my... Yeah, you'll need a magic torch. Oh my god, this is horrific. Holy shit, it just gave me the goosebumps. I can't stop doing it though. Okay, he's out of the water now. Magic torch? Yeah, exactly. Magic torch, fire beetle eye, something that's not fire. What'd I miss up here? Justin said, hey, Robot, I have a question. You know, if you unfollow a Twitch streamer, does it tell the streamer there's some people no longer watch because off hours? No. Nope, we don't get like an update or anything. Hindo asked some questions about the Citadel. I am not going to answer any of them. I don't want to ruin the mystique for you. Now imagine you can't see the name above the head, just the eyes. I kind of like that in Pantheon, the light sources affecting the name tags a bit. Oh, burning through my torch. Justin said I'm so nice. I don't want to make people say, "Oh, don't worry." Streamers won't see it if you unfollow. It's okay, buddy. Chip said I haven't seen this either, unless I aggro them. Not many places where they path in the water naturally. Yeah, that just happened to be a coincidence. Chip says, I have an idea to try something that's similar but different than how they do it. Once our volumes are more consistently integrated. That'd be really cool. Gym run speed. All right, so Bill, have you populated I was coming over here. You haven't populated anything over here under the Citadel yet, have you? I gotta catch up. I saw that you had a really nice document on the stuff that you're doing. It looked really good. I just haven't read it yet. I need to read that and then catch up with you. So I appreciate you doing that, Nicodemus. So Citadel area population, catch up on that. Let's run over to another area really fast. Ever consider giving all races normal vision to maintain a fear of the dark for everyone? I don't think that's. I think we've all been kind of in favor of like deep races having like infravision and stuff. Hey, Poon. Hey, mercenary. Okay, this tower is good. We'll run to that later. I think there should be one more tower going in, but it's been destroyed. Deep ogres. I mean, there's some ogres that could live in the deep, but this area, that's right. We need to get probably make that bigger. So populate the ruins area. Cool. Shouldn't night-eyed folks have some disadvantages in sunlight? Burlock, we have played with some things like light blindness and things like that. Zillith, who was just commenting on the name tag stuff, has played around with some of that. So we have ideas, and we've experimented with some stuff. Don't know if it'll actually work out to be a true disadvantage, but yeah, I mean, we're going to keep it in mind, right? Some of the disadvantages may be trait or whatever based. Some of it may just be factional. I don't know. We'll look at it. But shoreline. Okay, so there's still some more stuff to do with shoreline. For PCs along the shoreline. Get that done. You're going to have a vampire race in your game that will be damaged in sunlight. I like it. You know what? We may too. But not a race, though. Are you anticipating lots of armor types available in early access? That's one disappointing part of Pantheon. All the armor looks the same and very boring right now. Auto key, check our updates. We've been showing some stuff. You know, since you asked, let me just give you a visual. I don't know why I keep closing out our... I'm sure somewhere I've got a page open with updates, but here. So our updates, if you scroll back through older ones, they're pretty evergreen, right? Because it's stuff that, like, we're not just saying like, oh, this happened this month, and we're also showing a lot of concept art and other stuff. So on that front, you can see some of the stuff that we're working on. And these are set up so that they're lerp, so we can do color variations on various pieces and things of that nature. So if you, and then there's mixing and matching of sort of pieces that are kind of established for a set. So we're working on this stuff for early access, and this is like, you know, this is just this month's setup. So if you go back through, you can find a number of them. Hey, Dark Inside. Uncle Dark Inside. Alright, so more roamers. You guys have been working so hard. They have been. They're freaking saints. Bill, I'm gonna try to catch up on what you got documented, like I said, and then let's, you know, then I'll want to catch up with you as well, and just we'll talk about the next stuff. But again, thank you for the documentation. It looks great. Yeah, the Noma's running so fast that it's actually affecting my frame rate in editor. Dark Inside said the game is looking so good. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm telling you, we're about to have a little update, because again, you guys have gotten used to looking at a lot of these placeholder textures for years now, and they're gonna continue to sort of, we're gonna up our game on that front, and things are going to get better. That is a possibility. Like Liz, we may update our textures, and you may look and go, man, I miss the old textures, but we'll try to convince you. Are we gonna have some desert vegetation? Yeah. There's still some propping to be done. Yeah. Alright, so note here. Works. Just do a quick polish and props. If you stop using this one, can you send it to me so I can? Actually, this is the one that I wouldn't be able to do that. This was a gift of sorts from a company we're dealing with, and may in the future deal with some more. So, Sunday meeting, usual time? Maybe. The problem with the Sunday meetings is oftentimes the good time for you guys is like our evening, and Sunday night spaghetti is kind of like I really gotta, that is definitely family time. It's a family tradition. You don't mess with Sunday night spaghetti? No. No. Not in my family. Yep, so yeah, definitely some polish and propping going on in here. Before I go running all the way through here, I'll just go back out. Nope, go out the way I came. I don't show you everything, maybe? No. Beard of Gnome. That room looks fun to pull. Chip, I can never tell if you're being serious or if it's tongue-in-cheek. But definitely. And we'll tweak some of the placement. Looks challenging to pull. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're spaced a bit. But figure it out. Is there if there's a better time for you Sunday earlier? I can get up earlier. Just let me get caffeinated. I appreciate it. Monotonous? No, not quite, not yet, but it is it's like a, if we're measuring things in crush bones, it's a quarter crush bone. All right, so back up to full speed. Ooh. Stuff in water. Stuff in the water. Had a fun call with Hamad. He was finally available again. We ran through some stuff, stormed some stuff, and got some things pulled together for shallow shoals that I've made some notes in the documentation. But we've got some fun stuff going on. And actually figured out some a little bit of lore that helps push both the orcs and then our first expedition, got some ideas for that as well. So some fun stuff. We got this lane, but we have also got the giant ladder. I almost forgot about the giant ladder. It wasn't even that long ago. I'm already forgetting about it. Ooh, that's right. I got to update the look of the giant. Update giant appearances, because didn't get around to doing that. Shit. Okay. I even have the appearance page still open. So update giant appearances. Cool. Anything to avoid the metric system? I mean, that discussion in Discord was pretty fun. Will there be any evil race turncoats in major cities, like one good orc shaman who has wisdom force? Probably not so much with the orcs. I think the goodest you're gonna see an orc is not in open conflict with evil races. The orcs in our game are really not nice. So even like the other evils is the orcs really, really love killing in chaos. Goblins? Sure. Yeah, goblins you'll see playing both sides, and you'll see goblins with some pretty distinct, personalities and different worldviews and things like that. That's not a problem. But orcs are pretty terrifying. You thought orcs had families, Nick? Orcs have families. They wear sombreros. They weave baskets. Oh, looks like something moved here. So let me make a note to double check props kind of everywhere. Orcs play soccer with the kids. Check props. Loading. Prop by the giant ladder. Those barrels are so small for giants. They're beer cans, actually. Hey, Red Beer Flynn, how are you doing? Thanks again for the Scuff Game Awards. Very cool of you to put all that effort into that every year. I say every year, meaning that you need to do it again next year and every subsequent year. Just in case you didn't know. Yeah, so for giants, these are essentially like beer cans. Hey, appreciate it. So they're regular size, like ale and rum barrels, but when you're fishing, you got to drink, right? That's why they're here. So they just sit down here and fish and drink. You'll find discarded barrels all over the place at their camp. So They are small, but they're a pretty good size for okay. Pretty good size for giant. Yeah, and I don't think I've got audio up, so you're not hearing like the booms, right? Them walking. WTF are those giants fishing for whales? Once we have a shark model, we'll have some like it'd be nice to have lines up with sharks just hanging here. Oh. Since the size is awesome. It's been fun working with the giants just because we really get to like play with scale, right? Autokey says loves the size of the giants. Yeah, it's fun animating something that big as well, right? Wink wink. Is a massive sea serpent still around? I think one of my favorite moments in the past playtest was someone training it, the Night Harbor Guards. I think so. Yeah, it looks like, and maybe that's something we got to look at with all the props. Looks like everything's floating a little bit, so I'll follow up with the environment guys. I think maybe the terrain or everything kind of moved a little bit. So we may have to see if we can adjust that. Chinny was nice enough to come in and basically these are all. Nah, it's not because of scaling. All of this stuff was in the right place before. Well, maybe not. Maybe it is just maybe it's just a bug on my end. So I'll dig into that. Was the engine updated? Yeah, we're in Unity 6 now. I think the sea serpent's still around, maybe. Do we have... Are you going to have brownies? You know what? I'll show you something in a minute. We'll have some little fayish little creatures. Nick's already got some nice placeholder little dryads in and stuff. So you can kind of see where we're heading with that. Here, I'm going to run a little bit faster again. I mean, could update effect placement of items. Oh no, I don't think that's it, Tsunami-san. Can't tell if giants are just normal sized creatures compared to gnomes. I'll turn into an ogre in a second, you'll see. All right. So here's me, gnome size. Mike is finalizing terrain from Unity to Blender. It usually shifts everything ever so slightly. Okay. So realistically, we're probably going to have to go back and kind of just look at the props and adjust them. Right? Or is it something where we think we can get it to line back up again, Simon? So yeah, one of the things with giants is as we're doing like bigger giant like environments and stuff in the future, we'll probably keep playing with these types of mechanics. It's just always had to readjust the props. No worries, I can take care of that. So this works even if you're a human. And it's big enough. Yeah, this stuff is big. So, and I don't know if you saw it, Simon. You may have seen it in Slack. I think once he gets done with that, we'll have to rebake things because we see like some occlusion popping and stuff. But it's pretty normal. I think we've seen that in a number of places, and Bjorn's been fixing that in Night Harbor in the past and all that stuff. So I'm not worried about it. Oops. I saw that. No, I just saw it here as well. So I don't think it's a post-processing. I think it's just something going on with the culling. Xcamer says, absolutely loves the art style. We appreciate it. All right, so got all that. Check props is on the list, and it sounds like we'll go ahead and adjust it, but let me add a note that says wait until Mike is done converting the terrain. Cool. Areas like this remind me of doing Cellusec and EQ2 when you get to the giant area. I always love the giant sized area. It's fun, right? Like as somebody like adding props and you know, placing things and all that. It's just it's a fun little gimmick to play with. So let me see, what else do we need to work on here to wrap this up. I think, let me say double check rares, double check all camps for rares. John said, what I like is stuff here is appropriate for giant sizes, not giant for giant sizes, like kale, for example. Water source? Oh, they've got a water source in here. Oh yeah. I was like, I don't see anything down there, and then I remembered there's a reason. You'll see. That area is covered down there, and it looks like it's working. See, they got water. Hi guys. Yeah, I think up notes for the Drakes, finish up visiting Drakes, add the other visitors to the schedule. Wink, wink. Man, it is too dusty in here. Weather, sandstorm off. What else? Oh, I just remembered another thing needs to get wrapped up here. You're not carrying the poop bag for those dogs, sorry. Ooh, that's true. A lot of poop. Armor. Oh wait, sorry. Blacksmith. Elemental. Speaking of weather, will terrain block weather where it makes sense? No rain through roof, sandstorms, less than walls, windows. So rain roofs, yes, that already works most places. Sandstorms in areas, I could have sworn the guys said that should work. Excuse me. Need to pick up the poop quest, right? Everybody loved that in Outland. Do we poop seems like a slippery slope. Like when you start adding the poops, you can pick it up with a mud action. Sorry, my brain's already switched to other. Oh, I know it. Need to hint at something here. Hey, Lich. All right, got that note as well. I'll do that with the props. Chip, the probe stuff is zone by zone, right? And we're just using them in Night Harbor so far. Did I say props or light probe? I should have said light probe. Awesome. On the probe topic, that's not something that we can piggyback for things like the question about well, the environmental effects like sandstorms playing in tunnels and things like that. Like that, the data or whatever that we derive from the probe placement doesn't really link to our understanding of other things in other systems. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but you know what I mean? Like, one thing that you like, we're still tweaking various settings and stuff, guys. Like, but you'll see that in Unity 6, there's already like a noticeable bit of difference in kind of like if you look at our sun and the lighting, and so it, you know, we were pretty happy with it before. I think what we're seeing to date's already got us pretty stoked on just the upgrade. So, and we're still like I said, we're still tweaking the stuff that we're talking about with the probes. Zillith here in chat. It's the server's coming down again. So if we get back in, maybe we get into Night Harbor, maybe we see it. If not, you'll see it in a future stream. But it's gonna make it so that our lighting's even better. Chip says we query it via compute shader, and then I'll be using that to replace the current indoor-outdoor audio filter system, as well as possibly for the name tag ID I mentioned. It won't help with particle collision, though. Okay. Won't help with particle collision, but if it's kind of giving us if it's allowing us to replace indoor, outdoor with like audio, does it help us understand that the character's indoor, and then can we feed that sort of state? Does it provide us with like a state, like state information for the character that could then link to a system like the effects system, right? Because it could be, I mean, it's fairly binary, right? Like once I'm in a tunnel, just turn off the particles since they're just on the tune. Does that make sense? Hey, Sam, what's up, buddy? You sleeping any better? We did say probes, Liz. We're using alien technology. We went from talking about giant dog turds to butt probes. Gonna go to the VA about it? Yeah, definitely, man. Not being able to sleep is no good. Like, not being able to sleep and back issues are two things that can really wear on you quick. What we can specifically query is the sky occluded here? We could turn them off, but that doesn't prevent particles spawned outside from going through the wall by itself. Yeah, I think it's less a worry about that and more just kind of like having them diminish or turn off once you get inside, I guess. I mean, the more we can kind of fake that collision and polish it, the better. But like, yeah, doesn't have to be perfect. No, Sean, you asked if you said probe or prop. I was confirming you said probe. You did say probe. And I read you instead of like, because I'll just glance at the other screen and I'll just constantly transpose words. So I thought you said, did you say probe? Not you did say probe. Can you trace draw from above the character to see if they are under something? So like ray trace, use ray trace to see if you're in and then turn stuff off. I've thought before that's kind of how that was working. Raycast. Ray trace? I don't know, man. I'm not technical. I'm just the front man. Chip can answer that. We'll see how long the server stays down, and if it comes back up in a minute, then yeah. So Chip said that's what we're doing now, but it has false positives for audio case with stuff like tints and banners overhead. Quatos. Hey buddy, how are you doing? Chip says, so I think sky occlusion probes will give better results, but I don't know until we try. I love how quickly we try stuff like that and figure it out though. Just throw Chip under the bus, why don't you? What? You can't throw him under the bus, his big brain won't fit under the bus. Doing well, just hanging out a little on a nice little Friday. How's the process going today? Really good. Things have begun. Bounced the server a bunch on this stream, so we've been kind of in and out, but looking at some new stuff. If you weren't here Wednesday and you're just getting in today, definitely may want to like scrub through the VOD and kind of see. We're showing off some new areas. We got a little tropical island area off the Costa Vale of Zentar. We're gray boxing or green boxing the zone between Vale of Zentar and Evershade. We've been saying Evergrove for so long I keep having to stop myself. So yeah, the sort of the core of the early access zones are starting to come together. We've got some other stuff on the list as well, but like a lot of that sort of route from Wood Elves all the way down through Night Harbor is falling into place. Right on schedule, so that's good. Not up yet. Bum, bum. Here, I'll just You know what? We'll do it a different way. Lich said, all I hear is it's time to open back up to the plebs. Let the plebes eat the cake. Go to... When we go into our next test, if things continue the way they've been going, man, you guys are gonna have a bunch more stuff to look at and play with. Since the server's down, I just... Hey, Proto Hero. Been waiting to see it. Oh man, you know what? I hate looking at it in scene view at the moment, because it just doesn't have the same effect. So let's see. I'll keep an eye out and see if the server comes up. It just got bounced. Can we expect a playtest before EA, like a weekend more than just 4 hours? Oh yeah, I think you could expect that. I think that's fair. You're asking about if we're looking at UI stuff. Not specifically. I just happen to be in the scene waiting. This is kind of this is the scene that we're in to get into the game. But we have done some UI update stuff. If you didn't see it in the latest update, you'll definitely see it in the VOD. Waiting on a server. Agile development with documentation and tools. Careful, boys. You will have AAA coming to end you with that logic. Yeah. No, I think we're doing pretty good comparatively. It's nice to have a background on other. There we go. A background on other teams to be able to sort of compare progress. Been super stoked. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of moons, let me add that to my notes. B. Cool. Get that documented. Ooh, need some Eminem in your life. Been missing playing a bard. Can't wait to get you guys back in. It's pretty exciting though. I mean, if we can figure out what we're doing on the texture front, get some textures updated before you guys get back in. It'll be Unity 6 for the first time, I think. Excuse me. We've got new areas that'll be in. We've got a bunch of just features and things. We've started working on mounts. I don't know. Depending on when the playtest is, they may or may not be in. But Ali and Chip and Zukin have been doing work on mounts. That's been pretty cool. And in order to get the mounts going, if you saw the update, Ollie's been working on pet permanence. Let's try one more time. Oh, no worries, X-Cammer. Just hang out with us. We rubber shoulders, emotional support. Let me find where... Chip, are you still there? Can I show your little beetle prototype? Like, you guys post stuff in Slack, and I know I hope at this point you realize I show stuff that I'm not supposed to all the time. What channel was that in? Was that in What's New or? Yeah, as Nick was saying up there earlier, we've also been doing some PvP work. So at some point we'll have that wrapped up, and we'll be able to bring up PvP server with for test with new stuff. Maybe we force everybody to play PvP for one play test. How do you know until you try it? Maybe you'll love it. And isn't random. Okay. Maybe that's what we need to do. John posted this. Random name is great. That is a good random name. Apparently the other day I asked, on the last stream, I asked whether or not the magician pulled a ship out of his hat in the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. And Nicodemus found, in fact, he did. It was episode 9, Quest of the Skeleton Warrior. Presto pulled a aircraft carrier out of his hat, in case you were wondering. This is the stuff that's in our random channel. Summon boat confirmed. Exactly. There's a lot of random going on. That really was a great cartoon. Here we go. It's fun to wake up to stuff like this every once in a while. Yeah, so who knows what may wind up being a mount before it's all said and done. Maybe a little overscaled on the mount. Maybe. Want to share the horse with all its gear too while we're spilling beans? Sure. I forget, was that in What's New or Art, Zukin? I saw it earlier and actually flagged it to come back to you to read in detail. I didn't yet. Should I show the video? Nah. Okay. Send me the pic
I
then.
think it would be pretty easy to do.
Ah!
Um,
I clicked the video. I clicked the video. Sorry. I don't want to spill the beans. Talk. Okay. So, how badass is that? So, getting us started, Zukin's been figuring out like the equipment and stuff. Barding, yeah. Bags. Right? Right? Three W's on the WoW. So, read through some bullets. Skin hair options. 2 color channels. Hoof, eye, ear. Looks like be able to... You fools, you could be selling that horse and armor separately, right? What should we charge? How much should that cost? What's a good price for a horse? Customized horse. 200 smed bucks. There we go. Movement speed bonus. It's less about insane movement speed and more about just your ability to carry things. So we're gonna be careful in how we balance like mount move speed versus player spell and song move speed. We don't want mounts to just be like the instant invalidation of all of that stuff. We take our player interdependency pretty seriously. And keep in mind mounts have maintenance. Mounts can be killed. You need to feed your mount. You need to make sure your mount's got water. They can be killed. There's all sorts of stuff going on. Mounts can be killed. WTF? Yeah. Mount corpse recovery. Mount corpse recovery. You guys, you think we're playing? Do you think we're playing games here? If your mount dies, can you harvest it for food? That is an excellent question, Uncle Jay. When we're working on more harvesting stuff, there might be a mount corpse dragging will be a bit slower than normal corpse dragging. If your mount dies, can you crawl into it for warmth? Please don't let us forget that one. When we're doing a cold climate, it may be that may be a skill that you can learn. I thought they smelled bad on the outside. Druid Animal Res, right, Nick? I think you may know the guy to make that happen. Oh, that makes me want to watch the movies again. Oh man, a weekend's coming up. Dare I take that much time to... So yeah, those of you asking, we've been doing some UI work. Next time you're in and you're playing, when you're playing with your UI elements, just remember middle mouse. The middle mouse button on them allows you to kind of customize them a bit, and there's some customization options there. Let's see. Is it perma-killed or just desummon with good long way people? It's killed like your player, but you can, like Nick was saying, there'll be reses, there'll be, implication you can loot it. Probably shouldn't make it so you can just loot it and it disappears. Like it is a mount, there's an investment there or whatever. You can loot your items off of it, probably leave the mount corpse and be able to come back and stuff like that. Necromancer, Druid res, maybe a Necromancer can hit it with a temporary revive. Who knows? Maybe a good time to ask, did y'all remove the gray skin gnome from character creation? My gnome went from gray to not gray. I think we may have pulled the grays across the board, but I may be wrong. Zukin would probably know. Maybe. I might be wrong on that, Lich. Ask the guys in Discord. You'll notice that we've got randomly generated names now for the pets. That Chip was saying. What were you saying about this, Chip? Elementalists have custom names, and Necro will have EQ style name. Did the models get reworked? Seems plainer. I don't think so. Then again, with Unity 6 and the lighting changes, I would say the fire pet seems the opposite of planar right now. Unless you mean planar like holy glower. Yeah, so we're still tweaking some things with the do not take this as the final product. What is that? A sun for ants? So somebody was asking about brownies earlier, and I just saw a little dryad. One of the little dudes Nick has added in this spawn table in here. Hey, thanks, Humjum. Oh, this is his own wall. Let me not go up here. That's not appropriate. Can druids go wolf form and talk to them? In theory, they could, because we have the ability to talk to animals. They've got a language and stuff, and you have the ability to get it. I think there's at least one quest in here that have you talking to some animals. So again, lighting and all that stuff with a move to Unity 6. We're still retweaking some things, though. Can't wait to die in the elevators here. We'll do our best to help you out there. Oh, speaking of sacrifices, that's another thing that you should have. Keith has been working on religion devotion. So that's something there will by the next playtest I'm pretty sure we'll have at least some placeholder initial pass implementation of the various shrines and stuff, NPCs that you can interact with. Yeah, it'll be real simple at first, but you've got the ability to essentially, you know, you'll have your religion, and you see here I'm agnostic, but be able to pick your religion, and then I think I would like to. I probably am not speaking out of turn by saying that by the next playtest, you'll be able to interact with the system fairly robustly, because it didn't seem like. Yeah, so Redbeard, it's you pick your deity or faith, because you could have a faith that looks that's you know, like a pantheon, kind of like if you you know, following the nine or something like that. And so faith, deities, you pick what's available to you at character create. Not all of them will be available to you, like major gods and maybe some race specific gods will be available to you initially. And then once you get into the game, you can forsake your god, your deity, or your faith. There may or may not be some things some fallout depending on sort of what tier you're at or who your god is. There may be repercussions. And so you're able to forsake and then align with a new god or a new faith. And some of those will be things that you kind of discover as you're, you know, learning the world and running into new factions and running into new faiths or cults. And they had a system set up to where it's mainly just a content question now. And you know, there's still some features that are being added by Keith, but he's been blasting through stuff. And he was just showing internally where you can interact with a shrine and tithe, you know, different shrines, different gods, different faith, and at different tiers want different things for tithing. And then, you know, you could regularly do what's necessary there, Higher tiers maybe require more of you, or maybe even require you to do certain things. And then you work your way up progressively in that faith. And that opens up, some different things. We've got to work through exactly what that's going to be in terms of items or abilities or content or whatever. But again, most of it's now a content question. But it's in, and we can get to slamming on it. So that'll be there, and there'll be some implications. As long as you can randomly sacrifice your level 46 for essence gems. I mean, again, that's kind of a content question, right? Like, I think permadeath sacrifice, maybe? That would be a big ask, right? Hey, buddy. I hate to ask, but I'm really, really trying to become a disciple. I'm trying to ascend. How did you know? So at the end of the document, there are little notes on there. Spoiler. There is a section that's kind of like, do we have if we've got 4 or 5 tiers, is there a 5th or 6th tier that's ascension? What does that mean? So, hey buddy, you remember that time I helped you with the move? I just need your soul. But it says, any plans to make my favorite trait, tavern regular, into effect with different levels of booze? If we pick up a new trade skill person, then who knows? That might be one that we could throw on the list. So for those of you that don't know, we've opened up we've put a posting in for a trade skill designer, because there's a lot of, like, we've got, I don't know, I think Nick's already put in like a couple thousand recipes, right? Like, we have the ability to do the stuff that we've been doing well, and it's good stuff in there, but we're looking at it and it just seems like there's so many different skills, and there's so much that we can do to really make it as sort of integrated and feeling as good as possible. And looking around at other games, looking at systems, and just trying to push things a bit. And so we're like, hey, let's see if there's somebody out there that's maybe a good fit for us and wants to really manage this stuff full time, and see how much more we can push it. And then we can do, like, we've got a lot of weird, like, trade skill kind of profession ideas that we've mentioned in the past. So it'd be nice. Department head of arts and crafts. Exactly. We should change it to that. Yeah, and so you guys were asking before, these are kind of the first tiers of structures. When we were documenting it, we talked about multiple tiers, including potentially up in the canopy. So elevators that take you up even further, maybe even across the zone line up. So we really want to convey that scale and leverage it, and leverage verticality. So oh shit, that was close. Can't wait to watch someone fall past me, right? Yeah, so the Bilth and who else is helping in here? But definitely Bilth's been driving things in here. And then it'll be nice, looking at some very identifiable structures, so that as you're looking around, you can kind of see, oh yeah, I'm here and I need to continue to go over there. So it's not like super confusing to get around or whatever. Some elevators as well, so you're not always like walking up and down. Favorite part of about GFA was hanging around Calithan and watching the reign of level 1 rangers. Hey Kanji, welcome. What scripting language are we using? Everything's, oh shit, that actually made me even though I'm like, how embarrassed should you be about getting lost in Kelvin? Not at all. I get embarrassed all the time. We do, like, we're not using any scripting or anything on a design side, and then everything is C# in Unity. X-Camera. Will there be player housing in the trees? Yep, there will be. And that's what I'm saying, some of the verticality. We may have it to where there's some housing distributed throughout, and then maybe even more housing, like, especially maybe like the nicer housing up in the canopy where you can kind of see out, and maybe you've got a view of the mountain over here to the east, where the high elves have their castle, or maybe out over here where you're looking over the ocean, that type of stuff, where you kind of peek through the canopy in places. So we'll be playing with that. So, you know what I love about working on this project is we can talk about stuff like that, and it's not weird, promisey bullshit that doesn't happen. It's as you can see, we're usually pretty good about just, we talk about the stuff that we want to do and then we get it done, which is kind of nice. G. Williker said the game V Rising from Stunlock did the best job I've seen in making the requirements for early game professions recyclable for the entire game. It's a nice reference. Let me make a little note. Cool. Yeah, so like I said, we'll continue to work on the lighting and stuff in here. Some stuff's changed since we moved to Unity 6. But as we were talking about with Chip earlier, we're playing with the light probes and things like that now. And just, I'll pop through on the way there. Let's zone real quick. Zone. Hello. Shoals. But I'll see if I can get into Night Harbor and see if I can notice a difference. Damn, the skybox blocking out most of the sky is dope. I mean, that's not even a skybox. That's Geo. That's the canopy Geo at the moment. How about parachutes so you can just jump down? We could steal the glider idea. I think parachute would probably be better. Little parachute would be fun. Gnomish parachute that actually works. Well, wait a second. Gnomish parachute that actually exists. I'll for sure give it a fail chance. Ocarina of Time climbing, not Breath of the Wild climbing. Exactly. Yeah, so just for you guys that came in, you know, during hour 3.5 of a 3-hour stream, typically 3-hour stream. If you didn't see this earlier, check the VODs. We spent some time. We've got a new zone. Pear 69, nice. Said, hey chat, hey robot, went to watch the VOD, didn't expect to be live. You know what? Tonight's a bit longer, just having a good time. It's been a lot of fun talking to you guys. So figured just keep bullshitting. We've had some good stuff going on. Those of you who came in late, those of you who've been here the whole time, God bless. But Sorry, I keep saying the same stuff, but you know how it is. This is the zone between... Over there is Fallen Pass. Over there is Vale of Zentar. You probably see it. So this is... That's the sort of western... You go that way, it gets out. That's out in the scary ocean. We don't go there. Excuse me. But you would come around that corner there from the south, start to head north, and you come up through this zone. And then you'll travel through the shallow shoals here, and you'll see it's kind of deep for a gnome. So gnomes, you wind up swimming a fair bit, but... So it's like, it's a water zone if water zones aren't just always water, right? So it's easy to kind of run around a bit. And this is kind of like our first... this is our first Ocean of Tears, basically. Yeah. So this is our first Ocean of Tears. And you'll find some different islands. They're pretty sizable. You'll find like over there's a pirate bay, and you'll be able to go over there and, you know, camp and kill and all that stuff, or you can go over there and make some friends and do some stuff, learn some things. You can go that way to Vale of Zentar. Watch out, giants and stuff. There's an abandoned village here that may not stay abandoned. That's up to you guys. Speaking of player housing and stuff. So that's in then the boat route can kind of go there. Is there ship versus ship PvP yet? Not yet. We were showing the mounts a little bit ago. Ollie thinks we could probably use our mount system to do boats, little rowboats, little canoes or whatever. Like I said, some different islands here, a variety of themes, a lot of weird stuff going on. There's another outpost over here that's not pirates. And so that's kind of cool. The ship will stop by there, and then it'll continue north. You see way out there, that's the halfway point. So way out there takes you towards Keeper's Bite, and we're currently roughing that out, and you can see that in the VOD earlier. Do you have plans to alleviate pain points of player housing like we've seen in Arcade and similar games with open housing? I think we'll run into, like, I'm going to be real honest with you. I think we're going to run into some similar pain points, but we may find some ways to potentially mitigate that by doing some, you know, we're going to start with everything being sort of set and in the world, and, you know, we'll look at the system, but then we may give you an option to have some cheaper, you know. There's always going to be competition. I think over time we'll find that there's plenty of housing options. It may just not be the one that you want specifically, right? So we'll work with it. It's one of those things where we want to get them in, and then we'll kind of see if we can figure out maybe the best way to deal with certain scarcity problems, or, you know, people like squatting and by keeping them, other stuff. I hope there's player housing in really dismal places like graveyards, tombs, Field of Bone. There may actually be at early access. We have a necropolis, we have empty crypt, so there may actually be some of that to start with. The deep zones will have it as well. Speaking of deep zones, so as we're getting in, like, you know, once we'll get the boat set up again and stuff like that. One of the things to keep in mind is when we're thinking about deep zones, you know, imagine kind of an Ocean of Tears style zone like this, just underground, and like the different aesthetic that's there, and going through, you know, giant sort of cavern areas and big open sunless seas, and, you know, maybe some of those zones have crystals that serve as light sources, and you know the usual tropes, right? Like Nick was sharing a video from WoW's take on it, and it's good stuff, right? So, like the Depths of Dark Hollow kind. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I'd actually have to go back and look and see what they did there. I actually, honestly, if you would send me Redbeard, if you've got like just a solid link to something to look at. Robust fishing? There'll be fishing. It depends on your definition of robust. Well, I forget. In UWO, you own the house. You didn't rent it, right? Like you will own nothing. When it comes to houses, you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy in our game. You're always renting it from us. It's a modern take on classic themes. So it's in our game you'll only be able to afford to rent. Is the Mandrake player frame a GM thing or Enchanter thing? It's just whoever wants to click on it thing. Yeah, you will owe taxes on things because it's a good, apparently it's a good cash thing. Sure, Stonewood Falls is zone I was thinking of specifically, and Undershore. Alright, let me go ahead and make those notes now so I can take a look. I'm naked. I'm still naked. Spontaneous gnome nakedness, classic. That's what happens if your parachute fails. Looking good there. Clearly been working out. Not bad for an old gnome. Did the zone bug get fixed? I think it did. I thought we had it fixed and it just wasn't in the build that you guys played. Chip, man, my since we went to Unity 6, man, in editor when I come in here, it's hurting me. Yeah, something's up. We'll have to take a look at it. I was just coming in here to see if we could see the effect of like the light probe work. What in the world? The Haunted Inn. Place needs lots of Arabian Bazaar kind of things scattered about. Do you mean pillows? It needs pillows. Pillows and rugs. Belly dancers. Ogre belly dancers and hookah. I clicked the button. We'll see what happens. Ooh. I'm the captain now. Public beheadings. That's a different part of town. Occasional genie lamp. That's also a different part of town. You said clearly not enough pottery, and I read that as poetry. I haven't seen a lock like that when you switch. My machine plus streaming plus the editor. It's definitely an interesting test case. Sean's a test case, that's for sure. Yeah. We're doing it live. Seen a new NVIDIA hardware ready to upgrade? I'll be happy. I would just be happy to get a dedicated machine. Like CAD stand. It's compiling shaders down there, I just noticed. Oh. Okay, the first time you do it, we'll need to compile the variants to support the indirect lighting. I have a dedicated streaming computer, and it's really nice to not have OBS bogging out. Yeah. I gotta get away from these doors. It's still compiling shaders down there. Let me... turn that down a bit. Deep zone under shallow shoals will be interesting to see some glow in the dark ghost ships. Oh, ghost ships are good just in general. Ghost ships everywhere, all the time. Well, that's better. Who did the voice acting for characters so far? You mean like the grunts and stuff? I think Robert, Goblin, Goblin's girlfriend, compiling more shaders. Well, I need the new NVIDIA 5090 to run this game. Dregus asked. Min-spec. Sean's running this in the editor and streaming at the same time. Even runs smooth on my Mac. Yeah. And it's been off and on for me. Like, we've gone through various periods on the project. If you've been following, you'll see my frame rate do this number, and so we'll hit a point where it gets it gets choppy, and then Ollie and Chip and the guys will do something, and it'll get much better in editor while streaming, nonetheless. And then, oh, this is nice though. So this is what we came here to check out. So this is the stuff we've been working on since the Unity 6 upgrade. That's looking good already. You can see there's some little artifacts and things, but benches are unfairly high for my character. Nah, benches are great because then I can almost get in your face, but not really because I'm still too small. Oh, I missed that. What did Pear ask? Are you planning on 60 cap? Mm-mm. Yeah, I assumed frame rate. Sorry. Listen to Nick, not me. Yeah, it's Chip, what's the kind of grain that we're seeing here? Not sure. That's new in the latest big. Possibly something Bjorn's trying out. Right on. But overall, I mean, the effect is awesome. We'll figure that out. But like just this, we've been talking about it for a while. But do you guys have a standardized method for scaling in M&M, ensuring all the buildings are the right size, etc.? We do and we don't. Like we've got some standardization of heights and doorways and things like that. Sometimes we get a little loosey-goosey with it, but it exists. And then we've got to kind of you know, remember, like, remind ourselves that it exists on some stuff. But, you know, Pattis and the environment guys, they got things, got standards. Yeah, I'm actually excited to get in this in the baked client without the stream and take a look. Things just typically run slow for me when I'm in editor and streaming. I got my video card's an old 2070 Super. That's nice. Like, just looking in there is great. Yeah, Migs, still live. I definitely need to download some more RAM. Listening to the guys talk about their machines sometimes, I'm just like, oh, I'm clearly behind the curve. Every door is open to me. Are PC parts really expensive in Germany? I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked. I think I've glanced, and I don't think they're too bad. But there we go. This is the right size. Yeah, so playing with lighting, a lot going on in here. Once we get it all tweaked and figured out, then I'll start rolling out to the other zones. But lighting and textures. So things should, hopefully by the next playtest, things should look a bit different. Ooh, the bathhouse just got seedier. Oh, this must be the track that whenever I was in Shallow Shoals and you guys heard this track, you're like, oh, this is perfect track. It's this one, isn't it? This is from the Biome Jam. Oh, it's bright in there. Weird. Thinking for sure it wouldn't be bright in there. Cool. Yep. So, beginning of the light probe stuff, definitely in progress, but it's already starting to come together. So exciting. And on that note, you know what? I think it is 15 minutes after midnight on my end. So I should probably go to bed so I can wake up at a reasonable hour and get back to work. Like work, not hanging out with you guys work. Cardigan emoji. Wait, did I scroll there? Nope, actually, sorry. Crast, thanks for the follow 2 hours ago. I'm not on my game. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna get ready to go. You know what? Have a wonderful weekend. I will see you guys next week. No telling what's going to be done by then. A lot of fun conversation. If you guys came in late, showed off a bunch of stuff, so it's worth checking out the VOD, even if you just kind of... Oh, is ZBrush on? Hey, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. We'll raid ZBrush. We'll raid Zach. We'll raid Zach. Don't leave. But I will say goodbye to all of you. Goodbye, Poon, Moscote, Matthias, Chex, Lich, Dark Inside, Bill, Talet, Kenji, Quicksana, Twitch Dog, Xcammer, Kenji, Redbeard, Migs, Crass, Swanee, Sna, Migs, Uncle J. But don't leave, we're gonna raid. You guys, some of you probably left. Hopefully you didn't. Alright. Fuller, Pear, Jester, Angs, Pear69, thanks for the follow. Jordan, Justin Beard, Stabby, Quados, Meek, Willikers. Alright, I'm gonna raid before you guys leave.
Hey, good news, everybody. I'm starting some